Hello, everybody. As always, I gotta check the fucking mic because I'm paranoid. It hasn't swapped back recently. I'm always paranoid. Oh, I just fucking did it. Okay. And we're good. Wonderful. Loverly. Oh, hey, Zane. Ah, that came out weird. Hey, Zane, what's up? I'm working on the BG3 video. This is a new document. Sod's Law Strikes Again. Haha. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you. So yeah, I'm working on the BG3 versus BG2 video. This is a new document. I have the document with like all of my disorganized notes is here. That's a lot. At the office right now. Ah, you have me. Ah, you're listening to me while you work. Sneaky. Let's see here. Save this. There we are. What's the word count? The word count on these notes is 25,000 words. Oh my fucking god. God damn, that's impressive. Yeah, it is. Okay, so here's the thing. My early drafts of big videos are often, your notes are longer than my dissertation. I'm a video essayist, okay? They kind of have to be. So the thing is, this is extremely disorganized. Some of this, I have it split into sections here. So you see like Baldur's Gate 3, and then if I just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and just keep going and going and go. Turn-based combat, D20 systems, skill checks, and then I have sections that illithid, and then I have sections for like all the companions. So like, it's very disorganized. Some of these things will repeat bits from other sections, but it's basically get down as much as I fucking can, worry about fitting it together later. That's how I often do big videos. This does sometimes have the major problem of coming back to my notes later and going, what the fuck was I on about here? 1 second. Need to be caffeinated if I'm going to do this. I actually realized that it's that I'm going to have to play and record BG3 again, or at least play through it up to a certain point, because the Astarian section has a very important moment that I, only upon going back over the recording, I realized I didn't fucking record. And it's very important to my scathing critique of this character. Together. Terrifies me. Mary Poppins and Pennywise are actually the same species, except Mary Poppins feeds on the happiness of children, while Pennywise feeds on fear of children. Yeah, okay. Stream of consciousness writing for raw materials and hammering out something coherent. Yeah. Yeah, that's typically what it is. So the bit I'm talking about is how during Astarion's quest, when you get down into like the bowels of Cazador's palace, you find Astarion's victims. You talk to one in particular, and everyone always points this guy out. It's a guy Astarion seduced in a tavern, and he has been down there for like 150 years, waiting to be used for Cazador's ritual. And Astarion had no idea. He seduced this guy, brought him to Cazador, as assuming he would be fed on, and just kind of put it out of his mind. But apparently he remembered all the details. It's kind of a point that it's something people often point to as, look at the regret in his eyes. He never forgot a single one of the people he preyed on. It is, admittedly, a very good moment. Then you turn around 180 degrees to a cage filled with Romani-coded children who Astarion kidnapped to be brought for the same ritual and have been here almost as long. And he goes, oh, right, these guys. Fuck them kids. And I'm like, you sly dog, I was almost feeling sorry for you. You almost had me. Astarion, more like Astarion. Yeah. Okay, I have my coffee. One thing I like to do during the winter, or well, during the fall and winter, I like to put a cinnamon stick in there. Can't begin to describe. I keep needing to remind myself, somebody said that when you criticize BGP for being turn-based, it's not the same turn-based as, well, anything I could make an RPG maker. Oh, yeah, no, that would be good. That'd be fine. Because, like, here's the fun part. Larian's version of turn-based combat is really fucking stupid. So, like, turn-based combat usually operates one of two ways. Either it's Final Fantasy style, where it's just all the characters in a line, you take your turns doing everything. Or it's like XCOM, where characters move on a grid. Where characters like move on a grid. Turn-based tactics is how it works. But Larian, for some reason, doesn't do either of those. Characters move in a realistic 3D environment. They do not move on a grid. They all just kind of bunch up together, and what constitutes a meter is really fucking weird to them. And it's like the worst version of turn-based combat out there. There's a reason people just derisively call it Larian combat. I don't know a single person who has ever actually praised Larian's approach to turn-based combat. It's genuinely fucking awful. They overload the encounters, so they take for fucking ever. See, okay, there's a reason they overload the encounters. Larian has a really big hard-on for surface effects. So they overload encounters to force you to use them. So the trick for basically any combat encounter, and I did test it. I tested this out rigorously. I think I did the Balthazar fight a dozen times, like, or maybe more, just trying to see, will this work? Will this work? Will this work? Will this work? And every time, throwing ice on the floor was the winning strategy. XCOM, metric system, Pokemon, Imperial system, Larian, British. Larian's Swedish, actually. But I think the interesting thing here is you take Owlcat. Owlcat was making real-time with pause games in the Pathfinder games. And they basically, as basically sort of like this weird industry concession that started with Pillars of Eternity 2, they basically made it so you could toggle between that and Larian-style turn-based combat. Then Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader was grid-based turn-based tactics, because they weren't doing real-time strategy this time, they were doing turn-based. So they junked Larian-style combat and went to something closer to XCOM. I may actually play that game. I quite like XCOM. Anyway, I gotta get to writing. Easily forgotten now, but the announcement for Baldur's Gate... Oh yeah, here we go. After the success of the enhanced editions and Siege of Dragonspear, Wizards of the Coast saw the renewed interest in Baldur's Gate as an opportunity to make a new game. So they got up on stage and said, hey, we're going to make Baldur's Gate 3. Yay! And it's going to use the 5th edition rule set. And it's being made by that company that did a spiritual successor on Kickstarter. Obsidian? No, Larian. Who? It's easily forgotten now, but the announcement for Baldur's Gate 3 was one long string of what the fuck? Now, 2nd edition AD&D could be a touch obtuse at times, but 5th edition is a cobbled-together mess that's like playing Yahtzee while watching a Turkish dub of Whose Line Is It Anyway? Pretty much nobody plays 5th edition with the intended rule set, they just junk 75% of it. Then, if that wasn't weird enough, despite there being a massive list of devs who all could have and wanted to take a crack at a real Baldur's Gate 3, Wizards of the Coast went with Larian of all people. Really? The Divinity people? The people who make 2/3 of an RPG and then give up because they know nobody plays past that point. Bear in mind, when I talk about the reaction to this game, I'm talking about people who played and loved the original games, and even after Baldur's Gate 3 release, those sentiments remained. Larian had ultimately done the same thing that Black Isle was going to do, take the Baldur's Gate brand and use it to sell a different game instead. Should have used a grid system when designing the map, like they did when drawing the world map. Yeah, it's time to crash the action economy, and the only option against it is literally to freeze them out. Yeah, see, you can have like fucking 5v1 fights in Baldur's Gate 1 because, you know, sleep. 2nd edition might admittedly be obtuse, but 5th edition is held together with duct tape and rubber bands. I haven't even made it 3 hours into either Original Sin game. I think I made it to Act 2 in Divinity Original Sin 2 before I got distracted with other things. Like, there's very few games where I've ever had a fuck this, I'm done with this moment. It's usually eventually I just put it down and I just never go back. Oftentimes people's like, well, what is it that made you stop playing? I genuinely couldn't tell you because I just drifted out of it. Was to just brace for disappointment, no matter what disappointment, no matter what came out. That fans wanted. It was going to be akin to Fallout 3. It was going to be something akin to Fallout 3. Possibly very successful to the originals that can be acrimonious at best. Oh, you guys want to see something funny? So I'm working on, like, I have, like, 3 different scripts in the works that are all, like, big game analysis pieces. And so these are the grade cards for all of them. The music I choose for BG3, you're gonna fucking hate me for it, although you could probably read it in the thing there. Oh, fuck. Okay.
I know that you mean me so well.
This stream's gonna get copyright claimed.
For your good intent, I'll only break your free like that.
Talking, you ain't even gotta try. You're cute enough to fuck with me tonight. Looking at the table, all I see is red and white. Baby, you live in the life, but Judy, you ain't living right. Cocaine and drinking with your friends. You live in the dark, boy, I cannot pretend.
Come on, what's the problem? Quit your crying, be a man. Surely she couldn't mean that much. Let me give you my life, take my soul, my heart and body. Yes, I give it all to you. And if you still won't accept it, you're gonna regret it.
Oh, what unholy hell is this? It's perfect, but hell. Where do you find these? I want this on my radio. That BG3 one always gets me. Was that fucking Carl Weezer? It was! It was! It was Carl Weezer singing Montero. That was Carl fucking Weezer. I just thought, like, okay. What song? Like, this is the first one I immediately had. I was like, I need a song that really fits Baldur's Gate 3's attitude, which is to say, it's really horny, but in a really cringeworthy way. And then I immediately thought, Carl Weezer singing Montero. Because when other people ask why, CD asks why not. That's what that was referencing. This is probably going to be confusing for some people because, like, both BG3 and Decay have, like, the same number of positives to... Actually, does it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So it's, like, 1 positive, 1 neutral, and then 7 negatives, and the same, but there's, like, 1 extra negative here. And people are like, okay, so how is this a C-, but this is a skull? And... The reason is very simple. These negatives are not as egregious as these negatives. And the positives are not the same either. Like, BG3 has 3 very well... I need to increase the text size on that. Jesus fucking Christ. BG3 has 3 very well-written abuse stories, whereas Decay has half of 1. Why do I keep calling it Decay? It's just called Coffin. What the fuck am I doing? Anyway, back to work. Ban's after that point was to just brace for disappointment. No matter what came out, it wasn't going to be the Baldur's Gate 3 that fans wanted. It was going to be something akin to Fallout 3. Possibly very successful, but a relationship to the originals that could be described as acrimonious at best, and containing basically none of what made Baldur's Gate good. Good. BG3 is a bad game that steps on the toes of its predecessor. Coffin is actively lighting itself on fire and begging people laugh at it. Most of Tico's runtime is currently... Oh, fuck, yeah, you're right. Like, what's the total runtime of, like, the recordings I have? Like, 13 hours? Jesus Christ. No fucking visual novel needs to be that long unless your name is Syrup 2. Made Baldur's Gate good. For 3 years, people could ultimately just... early access, and I could just... First, can I just say how absolutely bullshit that is? That is, like, releasing a full price $80 game on early access. $80 game on early access. Note for the Yankee Doodle Dumbfucks. Video games are $60 games in the for the Yankee Doodle Dumbfucks. Dumbfucks, $60 US. It's like, games that cost $60 in Magistan cost $80 over here in Canada. A full play on early access and keeping it there for 3 years, while you endlessly, Thanks for being a source of delight, CD. Shit's fucked in my state currently, and I needed a moment to just breathe. Appreciate you. Aw. Zero 2 is so good, just want to mention that. Ah, I'm glad. What was your favorite part? The US to Canadian conversion rate is completely borked. Well, it works out in my favor because it means that my revenue from YouTube and Patreon is always 40% more than it displays. Magistan CD. Oh, I didn't come up with that. Yeah, so like if my monthly ad revenue is, just as an example, like $1,200, then it's actually like 1,700. Keeping it there for 3 years while you endlessly tech fiddle with the first keeping it there. First act would be a profane act of absolute avarice. Avarice, if any other AAA developer did it. If Veilguard had been on early access, had come out for full price on early access, there would have been articles about it. Bringing out for the next 7 years. 7 years, and it would have been review bombed harder than already was. It already was. Like, this would not be acceptable. Like, was praised as being a benefit to the development of this game. But it would not be accepted from anyone else. Now personally, I think early access is always bad. Like, I think early access is always bad. A full price, if you are charging money for that, a game on is always bad if it has a price tag. If you are charging money for early access, that is a full release. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a game I like, a game I hate. I don't care if you're a bad game or a good game, full price, early access. That's like early access with a price tag is always bad. You may disagree. You would be wrong to do so. Like, I'm honestly really specific, jiving more and more with the casual conversations Syrup has with everyone. It's interesting just watching how she adjusts her interactions. Like, she's so good at realizing, I fucked up, let me be better. Ah. How are y'all? I'm okay, Lolo. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to see you. What about demos? Demos are free. Like, early access is fine if it's free. Ah. What are you working on? The BG3 video? I'm gonna put some music on. There we go. Early access with a price tag is bad. Countless videos about the quest on YouTube you could source. Yeah, but they're all in absolutely dog water quality. They're absolutely shit quality, and like, you'll notice because Sari won't look like Sari. You'll notice because, like, the player character will have changed. And knowing YouTube, like, I would need to find high-quality footage with a player character who isn't in stripper outfit, and where Astarion isn't in a stripper outfit. And even then, you would still notice I took the footage from somewhere. Always bad. I don't care if you're bad at it. If you're a bad game or a good game, early access with a price tag is always bad. This shit, like, that was normalized is just another one of the reasons. It's just another of many reasons I root for Steam's stranglehold on PC gaming to be destroyed by an antitrust lawsuit. Make them more palatable to an extremely fickle player base. This will come up to an extent, because Baldur's Gate suffers drastically in the writing department from what I call the horny tax. I'll bring that up in the companion section. Palatable to an extremely fickle player base. Chris Gardner, just a chill lo-fi gaming music video from YouTube. This is from Night with Timber. This is gonna be, for the record, guys, this is gonna be a very chill, low-energy stream. I'll turn the music down just a little bit. Palatable to an extremely fickle player base. All right, we're gonna save this. We're gonna new. Work. Massive water. BG3 versus BG2 companions. And we'll just get right to the companion section, because that's like the most complete. And I could just copy and paste this in later. I missed those streams. Aw. He has BG3's main... let's see. So, the companions. To say Baldur's Gate 3 had big shoes to fill. Shoes to fill would be an understatement. Understatement. Baldur's Gate's companions were so well done and so beloved that they formed RPGs to this day. In particular, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are extremely grounded. The characters aren't as huge of personality as they are in later BioWare games, or other games by other studios. We'll give him big targets. You'd expect to be some kind of blood psychopath like HK47. 47, but no, he's really casual. Let's get to fighting. Could be silly, and some companions were one-dimensional joke characters. But in a game with... How many companions do you have, Baldur's Gate 1? The birth of a witty woman's prose. Nice. Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But in a game with 48 companions, companions. Some of them can afford to be joke characters. How many do you have? Baldur's Gate 3? But in a game series with 48 companions, where the first game had 29 alone. Some of them can afford to be joke characters. How many do you have? Do you have Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, 9. Okay. Actually, was it 9? Lae'zel, Shadowheart, Astarion, Gale, Will, Karlach, Halsin, Minthara, Jaheira, Oh, 10. Oh, 10. I'm sorry, 48? Oh, yeah. Here are all the companions in the Baldur's Gate trilogy. Ajantis, Alora, Branwen, Corrin, Dynahair, Edwin, Eldolf, Faldorn, Garrick, Imoen, Jaheira, Kagan, Khalid, Kevin, Minsk, Montaron, Quail, Safana, Shartiel, Ski, Tiax, Viconia, Jean, Jar, Yeslik, Baloth, Dorn, Nira, Rasad, Shale Corwin, Glint Gardnerson, McKinn, and Vogelin, Kalar Argent, Aerie Animan, Cerned, Erdelise, Jan Jansen, Keldorn Corgan, Mazzy, Nalia, Valigar, Yoshimo, Wilson, Clara, Hexat, and Saravok. Apologies. 49. I forgot Saravok. He's just one person in a crowd. Him being so strange means the people who don't mesh with him can leave him behind for someone else. He doesn't work if he's 1/10 of the playable characters. Yeah. That's a lot of fish. Yep. I had somebody, I was talking to somebody about that, and they said, how the fuck are you expected to do all those quest lines in one playthrough? And I just said, you don't. You don't meet all of these characters, and they're all just waiting in an inn for you. You take 5 people in your party, and that's your party. If you don't play a game, if you don't do a playthrough with a companion, that companion does not exist in your story. You forgore one companion in the BG3 list and one companion in the actual Baldur's Gate duology. Poetic. Trilogy, honey. So, like, if you're adventuring with, like, the standard party of Jaheira, Minsk, Imoen, Viconia, and either Animan or Aerie, and you want to do, say, Corgan's quest, you need to start a whole new game. I actually really like that because it means that you have a wide variety of companions and you can generally shake things up and do new quests. It's really cool. How many do you have, Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, 10. Okay. Completionist gamers versus BG1 and 2, lol. I mean, you could do every companion's quest line in Baldur's Gate 1, Shadows of Amn, and Throne of Baal. It's just the end result will be all of your companions are woefully underleveled. Because XP you gained is split between your party members and nobody else. I still can't get over the fact that one of the companions is just the capital of Belarus. Well, Minsk is about as intelligent as Bolsonaro. Oh, wait, no, that's not Bolsonaro. Who am I thinking of? Fuck. President of Belarus. Lukashenko, there we go. I'm sorry. I got my dictators mixed up. How many do you have? Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, 10. Okay. Now, getting into these. Wanna read the Dictatornary? Comparing it to Lukashenko, whatever the fuck is foul. And also, that wasn't a live service. Oh yeah. Now, getting into these companions. Now, getting into the companions. Companions. One thing I know that companions, all of them. It's like all of them suffer in some way through from a concept I call the horny tax. The horny tax. Every companion is required to be attractive in a rigidly conventional heteronormative sense. How heteronormative? How heteronormative is this game? Dame Aylin got articles in the gamer for broadening beauty standards. She is a conventionally attractive woman with facial scars. BG3 characters are attractive? They're supposed to be. How heteronormative is this game? Dame Aylin got articles in The Gamer for broadening beauty standards. She is a conventionally attractive woman with facial scars. Oh, fuck. I can't believe it. With facial scars. So. This means that every companion's story and characterization has to fit inside a mold that makes them both attractive and available. And a lot of their stories have to be severely compromised to do that. And a lot of their stories have to be severely compromised to do that. Some characters like Halson don't suffer that much, but all suffer greatly from the horny tax. How long do you estimate this video is going to be? 2 hours, I think. All suffer greatly from having to pay the horny tax. The second part I want to get into is that the player has a lot of influence on how the story evolves. For the sake of this video, I did as little influence to pay the horny tax. There's basically no no dwarf or gnome companion. Or gnome companion. There's basically no dwarf or gnome companion because of this. Because of this. Let's see. Let's see. 5 elves. 3 elves. 2 half elves. 3 humans. Are mostly elves, half elves, and humans. Humans with 1 token tiefling. Tiefling, and Githyanki. With 1 token Githyanki and Tiefling. And the Tiefling is the post 4th edition. Post 4th edition. We blatantly ripped off the Draenei. We blatantly ripped off the Draenei because Awooga Tiefling. And the Tiefling is a post 4th edition. We blatantly ripped off the Draenei because Awooga Tiefling. Tiefling. Conversely, BG2 could have companions who were butt ugly. Butt ugly, like Jan Jansen or Corgan. The Princess Tutu.
The Princess Tutu is still coming, right? Just making sure.
Yeah, it's coming. It's just it's a slow. It's slow going. I can only do, like, at best 2 episodes a day. Like, watching, writing, getting the audio for and editing a 2-episode section every day is actually quite exhausting and would leave me no time to work on anything else. So I had to slow it down a bit. Could have companions who were butt ugly, like Jan Jansen or Corgan or... or Corgan or Nira. Like Jan Jansen or Corgan or Nira. Those kind of companions aren't allowed anymore. Aren't allowed to exist in BG3 because, well, who's gonna fuck Jan Jansen? Maybe if he was voiced by Danny DeVito. Companions aren't allowed to exist in BG3 because nobody wants to fuck them. Fuck them. It'd be like trying to fuck Danny DeVito, but not like the actual Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito in the character of someone deliberately off-putting. Because nobody wants to fuck them. Nobody wants to fuck them. It's like playing World of Warcraft, where you're only at World of Warcraft, where the only man allowed to exist is Nathanos. Actually, I'd be in favor of that. The second part I want to get into is that the player has a lot of influence on how the story evolves. For the sake of this video, I did as little influencing on storylines as possible, largely agreeing to assist the companions in whatever they had already decided to do. These BG3 pit-ups are hot and all, but when do I get to fuck the Lorax? Where's that one video?
We carry mind flayer parasites.
What?
Within days, we will be Geich. Mind flayers.
Oh, shit.
I fucking love this video.
So what are we to do now?
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it. What a sweet little birdie. You want some food? Want some... Ah, you seagull!
The goddess Mistra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher, and later even my lover.
You bang my dead wife?
Oh, yes.
Look out!
Death is not the end, merely another beginning.
That's good. Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side? Hello?
Guest?
Ongo Goblogian, the art collector. Destroy your gallery. Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love. It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
I love how these things always end with the fucking orb exploding. There is no sacrifice greater than someone else's. No words describe what the hell I just watched, but fuck me if it wasn't utter perfection. Oh yeah. So fucking funny. BG3 wanted me to thirst over its cast. It should have been a 2D game with sprites and portraits drawn by Michaela or Lolo or Nami or loud incorrect buzzer. Fucking hell. Whatever it's like, it's companions and whatever they already decided to do. There wasn't a rationale behind this. It was just a decision I ended up making. And in the end, I'm mostly happy with it. Mostly happy with it. Anyway, let's get started. Let's get started on the companions. On the companions in the order I recruited them. So we start with this, and each of them has a little ident like this.
And all we're asking you to do
Is change your name.
clean your brain. Forget about anything you ever knew.
Yeah. I'm gonna cover the. It's like rather infamously, Lae'zel jumps down at you from the rafters of the Nautiloid, brandishing a weapon and telling you you have a tadpole in your head and it'll turn us into cake. I hope you enjoy hearing that explanation because every companion will tell you the same thing, except Astarion. You have to tell him. Sorry about that. Lae'zel is a Githyanki. The Githyanki are D&D's answer to the long-standing fantasy question of what happens if you combine an orc's obsession with battle and glory with a human's ontological evil. The Githyanki are a violent, brutal fascist dictatorship lorded over by Vlakuth, a lich who keeps the Githyanki people in line with promises to one day ascend, which is propaganda for Vlakuth will eat your soul. Which is propaganda talk for Vlakuth will... That's how you spell it. Right? I know I shouldn't care, but... Right out of a David Icke book, and basically... The Githyanki as a race always felt like they were ripped straight out of a David Icke book when fed directly to a writer who was big into QAnon. Lae'zel's a part of a party sent to Faerun to retrieve the Astral Prism after it was stolen by Viconia's porn double, leading to her getting captured and infected with a tadpole. After escaping the Nautiloid and being rescued from a few tieflings, Lae'zel is extremely insistent on getting their cure at the Githyanki creche. There's something a little funny about this quest in that it involves going into an area that you are told multiple times is a bad idea to go into at all, so it's extremely easy to miss this quest entirely if you're listening to everyone else, and Lae'zel's quest gets lost in the mess that is your journal. Seriously, what the fuck is this shit? Seriously, what the fuck is this? Lae'zel is a fighter, the simplest and also the simplest and also the best class in the entire game, but that's always been the case with Baldur's Gate. Fighters get up to 3 attacks per round, and the game is absolutely drowning in two-handed and versatile weapons. Lae'zel herself gets a lot of items that have special properties if wielded by a Githyanki. Throughout the game, Lae'zel was the companion that was the most reliable in gameplay after the player character, as she could straight up slaughter a boss on her own. Especially if you combine her 3 attacks per round and Action Surge and Haste and the Great Weapon Mastery feat, which lets her hit a total of 10 times in a single round. With this combination, Lae'zel was capable of deleting powerful enemies off the map with not but a single swing of her mighty greatsword. Lae'zel doesn't have any unique abilities like the others, but she's also the only one who doesn't need them because she can just cut the enemies in half. Lae'zel's actual characterization is one that likely chafes against most players, until you think about it for longer than 10 seconds. RPG players have a nasty habit of deeming a female character a complete bitch if they speak at them in tones harsher than silk. If they speak at them in tones harsher than silk. Even if that character shows more open respect for the player than any other character in the game. Aside from rolling her eyes at my petty material plane do-goodery, Lae'zel was the character who was the most upfront, the most affable, and the most accommodating. Lae'zel doesn't hide anything from you. If something in her story is a surprise, it's a surprise to her. Lae'zel is probably the most BG2 a companion gets. She has a solution for the Mind Flayer parasite immediately, demonstrating her almost religious trust in Githyanki society, but when you get there, it doesn't work. There's also something rather trusting about her bringing you right into a nest of her people. The problem comes down to the fact it's made abundantly clear that this purification isn't what it was suggested it would be when a bunch of Githyanki try to kill us for being infected. And despite having to literally fight and kill her own commanding officers, Lae'zel does not cock an ear that something might be a little fucky. Lae'zel is lawful neutral to a fault because she follows the laws of Githyanki society as they were written, and she is the only Githyanki who does. So she straight up stumbles into a rebel leader because she was the only one who didn't get the memo that laws are for the lower classes only. So she straight up stumbles into being a rebel leader because she was the only one who didn't get the memo that laws are for the lower classes only. This was something that was deeply frustrating to go through in the moment, but in hindsight ended up being funny as Lae'zel contemplates Lakith's betrayal and her order for Lae'zel to be killed, and then immediately concludes that it must be a test, prompting every other character to let out a groan louder than the THX sound. During Act 3, Lae'zel gets involved with the rebellion, and after only a few conversations, goes from serving Vlaakith with absolute loyalty to looking right up at her and yelling, "I'm coming for your head, bitch!" And at that point, having Lae'zel in the party became genuinely fun. Not yammering on about Vlaakith anymore, and instead just ready to show the Mind Flayers who you don't fuck with. Lae'zel reminds me a lot of characters I quite like. Nathanos, Syrup, Original Viconia, Sylvanas, Jack, Rex. When the idea came up to not make a deal with Raphael and instead break into his house, steal all his magical artifacts, break his contracts, steal a magic hammer, and then kill him for good measure, I knew Lae'zel would have been absolutely down for this completely idiotic plan. Certainty of death, full chance of success. What are we waiting for? Anyway, our way to the crash is stymied by running into the Githyanki. Oh, I'm ordering. Huh. Lae'zel's quest is probably the most involved. It has some of the hardest dungeons involved in the game, and if you want to free Orpheus, you have to take on the hardest boss the game has to throw at you. Thorm. Well, second hardest. Her quest also introduces you to probably one of the more interesting characters in the game, Orpheus, a character who loves his people so dearly, he'll willingly become a Mind Flayer in place of my cowardly ass just to end a Mind Flayer threat. Orpheus actually calls out the player for acting with the single-minded focus of saving their own skin. If they just laid down and died to Orpheus's honor guard, the Mind Flayer threat would have been eradicated. There's something interesting in being called out for prioritizing your own life over others, because it's something every RPG protagonist does, yet is rarely called on it. Orpheus coming out of the prison was the point where the game started having an actual theme and interesting things to say. In the end, Lae'zel takes the mantle of rebel leader in Orpheus' stead, because no Githyanki wants to live as a Mind Flayer, and then she rides a dragon into space. The Githyanki in general aren't great. They're Klingons without the overacting. Oh, then I play this. 1 second, I'll take a sec. $22.30.
Answer me! Gah! Answer me! Experience beige. Malfunction. It will not matter. Time is running out. Humans.
It's so fucking goofy. Whatever happened to the... I miss when Star Trek wasn't afraid to be cringe. About as much as you could cover with the Githyanki at all, and the sad part is, we know it won't stick. The story in Forgotten Realms doesn't really advance. It goes through the shakeups that reset the board for the next edition. Any work of Forgotten Realms fiction inevitably gets reworked to remove anything that affected the status quo. I mean, we are playing Baldur's Gate 3, and Baal still exists despite Ao either sealing his essence away forever or Gorian's ward ascending in his place, because status quo shakeups aren't allowed to stick. Mystra has died and been replaced like 6 or 7 times, but no matter how many people take her place as Goddess of Magic, the Goddess of Magic always ends up being a rapey, child-grooming, egomaniacal sociopath who makes Baal look like a kitten. I'm almost certain that in 6th edition, Lae'zel will change her name to Vlaakith and become a new Lich Queen, which is a shame because I found Lae'zel quite interesting, warts and all. Way more interesting than...
Wake me up inside. I can't wake up, wake me up inside. Save me.
Shadowheart is a cleric of Shar and is the companion Larian seems the most proud of. She's intrinsically tied to the plot in a way no other companion is. If you go out of your way to avoid recruiting her, the game actually shoves her in your face multiple times because she has the Astral Prism, the big D20 that's keeping the party safe from turning into mind flayers. That's goofy after getting Norded. Excuse me. Foy gooks. Being a cleric, you'd think that Shadowheart would be well suited to being a healer. Unfortunately, and admittedly this is a problem in the original games as well, Dungeons & Dragons kinda sucks when it comes to healing. The most common bread and butter healing spell is Cure Wounds. In the original games, it had several different variations, but all of them healed for relatively little compared to companion health. In BG3, there's only one Cure Wounds spell that can be upcast to heal for more, but even then it still heals for fuck all compared to your party member's health. Worse even, it's melee range, so your healer has to get into melee range to actually heal. In the original Baldur's Gate, I would often hand-edit the healing spells to heal for more and have a range to them. There's a similar mod for Baldur's Gate 3 that increases the amount healed, but it's in dice values rather than the flat values of the original game, so it's still possible to heal for absolutely fuck all if you roll bad. And BG3 is largely bereft of the ability to just open up the spell files and tweak things manually. Aside from that, clerics can also provide buffs, but most of the buffs available either grant advantage, the go-to buff for BG3 that is about as useful in combat as an actual dice is, and the rest use concentration, a mechanic that limits the amount of buffs or utility spells characters can use. It's a mechanic intended to act as a balance for mages, who are often the most overpowered class in the game, but in practice, it actually makes mages even more powerful, because in most cases, you'll take one all-rounder concentration spell, like Haste, and then load up on damage for the rest of your spells. These two things mean I generally don't know what to do with my cleric half the time. I actually respec Shadowheart to an arcane archer during most of Act 2 and found she was a lot more useful in that role because it just came with a cleave ability, and anything that does cleave damage dominates in this game. Hi, it's post-production CD. I found out after the fact that clerics are built for tanking because of all their armor buffs and spirit guardians. Admittedly, that threw me because I'm accustomed to tanking clerics being fighters dual class to cleric. Viconia could tank in the original game with the right kind of setup, but that was always an edge case. Anyway, in terms of characterization, there isn't any. Shadowheart is monotonous and flat, and I think I heard her emote all of twice. Try and get some sleep, enjoy the rest of it. See you, Lex! All of twice. In the entire game. Like all the weaker characters, Snark seems to be the only string to her bow. In truth, Shadowheart's characterization always shifts to match the player. If you're evil, she becomes evil, and if you're good, she becomes good. She's the most agreeable companion, approving of both chivalry and villainy, as long as it keeps the group alive. She's also the quickest to insist that you need each other and sing the player character's praises. Given that Shadowheart is the most popular romance option, I wonder if her agreeable, non-confrontational personality was designed to make her the most comfortable waifu for straight men. In fact, let's not beat around the bush. That is exactly what happened. In fact, let's not be coy. Coy, that's exactly what happened. I said before that all the characters suffer from having to be attractive in a heteronormative sense, but in the case of Shadowheart, it's like her entire personality was sanded down into just goth girl. Granted, this isn't solely a BG3 issue. In the Mass Effect series, Miranda was also a personalityless void of a character, made purely for sex appeal, and in the original games, Aerie was the least threatening of the male romance options. The Dragon Age series also had Leliana, who seemed to be designed for people who were upset that they couldn't romance Imoen. And then... you're gonna hate me for this. You could if you weren't a fucking coward! All of this makes Shadowheart just very difficult to talk to. I'm glad you're all on board with my horrible sense of humor. What is your browser? Netscape Navigator. Mercifully, though, BG3 does do something really interesting. Oh, yeah. To talk to. Mercifully, though, they mostly just handle themselves, unless you deliberately try to sway them one way or another. Each companion has a route they specifically favor, so in most cases, if you just step back and let them decide, they'll sort their own shit out. To that end, Shadowheart is an agent of Shar sent by Viconia Devere to retrieve the Astral Prism. That may sound odd, as the last time anyone saw Viconia, she had just told Shar to go fuck herself and went off on her own to do weird neutral things, but Larian apparently disagreed. I've been ride or die for your sense of humor for almost a decade now. Has it been a decade? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think I commissioned the fucking V1 puppet from you like 10 years ago. There was like a couple months in 2016 between there where we weren't talking, but I don't really count that. Wow. I've known Zane for a decade. Only just coming to that realization. Fuck. I mean, fuck. I mean, I think I've known Sketchy since like 2018, so like coming on 7 years now. Thanks for sticking around, Zane. I love you. Actually, Shadowheart actually succeeds, but then gets kidnapped and put in a, you mentioned that to me last year, actually. Fuck. Actually succeeds, but then gets kidnapped and put in a timeout pod where we find her and let her out. Like every other companion, she says, we need each other, and that's all the justification we need to form the Best Friends 5 ever team. In Act 2, she attempts to become a Dark Justicar at Dark Justiciar CD. No. At Dark Justiciar CD? No. In Act 2, she attempts to become a Dark Justicar as the party descends deep into the bowels of a Sharon temple, where she's given the final task to execute the Night Song, an Azamar under the command of Saloon, who is, incidentally, also the secret to Ketheric Thorm's immortality. Is Ketheric Thorm's immortality. This is the trial. This is the trial for a Dark Justicar. This is a trial for a Dark Justicar. How many Night Songs do you have? How many Night Songs do you have, Shar? But she's unable to do it and abandons Shar to instead become a priestess of Saloon. It later turns out that Viconia had kidnapped her from her parents as a baby at Shar's behest. Viconia once had a Sharan enclave in Waterdeep and was then ordered by Shar to wipe the entire thing out. Shar then commanded her to take a child of Saloon to raise as her replacement. Upon learning this, Shadowheart wipes out the enclave of all except this one tiefling who sounds like Theresa May gargling bath salts, and releases her parents by giving them the sweet embrace of death. Despite learning her real name, Genevieve, Shadowheart chooses to instead continue going by Shadowheart on the basis that she's been going by it for as long as she can remember. Shadowheart is like someone crossed Serelith with 7 of 9. I honestly just don't feel anything toward her character, positive or negative. What negatives I could find are blunted by the fact that I'm keenly aware what caused them. She's paying a punitive horny tax. If you don't find Shadowheart attractive and you don't is like someone crossed Seralith with 7 of 9. I mean, she looks... Actually, she looks... Seralith. I mean, she looks suspiciously like Seralith. It's like Seralith now that I think about it. Think about it. I honestly don't feel anything toward her character, positive or negative. What negatives I could find are blunted by the fact that I'm keenly aware what caused them. She's paying a punitive horny tax. If you don't find Shadowheart attractive and you don't take kindly, it's like, if you don't find Shadowheart attractive, then her story comes with one massive problem. It has to basically piss. It has to piss on Viconia in order to work. It has to piss on Viconia in order to work. Viconia, like, before BG3, Viconia's unromanced epilogue was her canon. She establishes a, Sharan temple, a Sharan enclave in Waterdeep, but after a betrayal, destroys the whole thing. Destroys the entire thing. She forsakes Shar. Shar goes off on her own. Saves Sul'Danisalar. A second time. Goes off on her own. And her fate was unknown. BG3 rewrote this so that none of this happened. None of this happened, and Viconia's ordered by Shar, so that none of this happened. Viconia's destruction of the temple was ordered by Shar. Boo. Dying to dissect Boo. Her destruction of the temple was ordered by Shar. Her destruction of the temple was ordered by Shar. And Shar tasked her with a child of Saloon to groom as her replacement. was unknown. It's probably the best epilogue in the entire game. Viconia stared down a vengeful, jealous god that could give Yahweh a run for his money and said, "Peace, bitch, I'm out," and went on. For herself, by herself. BG3 rewrote this so that none of this, so that Shar ordered Viconia to slaughter the Enclave, and then ordered her to steal a child of a priest of Saloon in order to mold her into Viconia's successor as Shar's chosen. First of all, Viconia would never. If Shar said to the real Viconia, "I'm replacing you, go train your successor," Viconia would have made Shar her bitch. Viconia is only loyal to Shar as far as Shar's power is useful to her. Viconia does not serve anyone. Viconia does not come when she's called. Viconia has stood at the edge of existence and slain those who would claim godhood themselves. She does not heal to anyone. No, Viconia's canon story, an epilogue, had just been surgically removed from her and given to Shadowheart. They just changed Viconia's story and then gave her good story to their OC. I almost respect the audacity in the same way I'd respect an absolute lack of shame in someone pissing on the grave of a beloved public figure at that person's funeral, surrounded by the public. Surrounded by the public. With that in mind, Shadowheart goes from an otherwise boring character with a perfectly serviceable plot, serviceable storyline. I must say my thoughts on your Steven Universe vid. Are you talking about the one I released last year or the one I released 7 years ago? 7 years. Then no, you may not. I appreciate you asking that first, though. That in mind, Shadowheart goes from an otherwise boring character with a perfectly serviceable storyline to a character who I fucking despise and want to chuck bodily from the room. The way in which one of the most beloved characters from the original game has to be so thoroughly ruined to prop her up makes her the Baldur's Gate equivalent of Scrappy fucking do. Especially since Larian pushes her onto the party so goddamn hard by giving her the plot MacGuffin. Especially since Larian pushes her onto the party so goddamn hard by giving her the plot MacGuffin. Like, this is the Baldur's Gate version of Ebony Dementia Ravenway. This is the Baldur's Gate version of Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway. Of Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway. I blame Strange Aeons for my understanding of that reference. is ripped right out of someone's fan fiction. Is ripped right out of someone's fan fiction. And, like, and it's common to blame wizards for that. But you can look it up. But the Wayback Machine, but the wizards for that. But it wasn't until Baldur's Gate 3 released that Viconia's story had ever changed. Story had ever changed from what it had been before. Viconia just doesn't appear. After Baldur's Gate. None of the Baldur's Gate cast do. It's not until 5th edition. It's not until 5th edition that they start reappearing with absolute nonsense stories attached to them. Like, did you know Imoen's a vampire now? Now, and runs the Shadow Thieves? That would make no sense to anybody who ever knows what Imoen... Like, Imoen wouldn't run the Shadow Thieves. Like, why? Like, it's like, why is she doing this? Good question. Imoen would never run an organization like the Shadow Thieves. She's neutral good. And 2, she's a fucking archmage. One, she's neutral good, and 2, she's a fucking archmage. But the writers at WotC would apparently disagree. Did you know Imoen's a vampire now, and she runs the Shadow Thieves? Why is she doing this? Good question. Imoen would never run an organization like the Shadow Thieves. 1, she's neutral good, and 2, she's a fucking archmage. But the writers at WotC would apparently disagree. 5th edition, they start reappearing with absolute nonsense stories attached to them. But Viconia was largely unscathed until Baldur's Gate 3. The claim is that Larian was given an outline for the character for Viconia, but given that Viconia's story as it existed beforehand was given to Shadowheart in a nakedly transparent fanfiction move. I don't believe you. I don't believe Larian when they say that. I think they're lying. I don't believe Larian when they say that. On the next one.
Even though she treats me coldly, it's a sign of inner fire, for inside she's thinking, how can I refuse?
Astarion is an odd one, because in the course of doing this video, I went from absolutely hating him to thinking he's just average, which is not a positive step. Astarion's story takes a long time to get going. You get a single breadcrumb. Oh, wow. YouTube viewers just dropped suddenly. Oh, back up again. He's just average, which I went from absolutely hating him to thinking he's just average, which is not a positive step. Astarion's story takes a long time to get going. You get a single breadcrumb in Act 2, and then in Act 3 is where it really picks up. Before that point, you're stuck with Astarion, whose characterization is Andy Dick playing Tim Curry playing Count Alucard. Gameplay-wise, Astarion is a rogue, which is what they call the thief now. I built him as an assassin and found he was really good at deleting an enemy off the map with sneak attack, which grants an extra 1d6 damage every 2 levels if you either have advantage against the enemy or if there's an ally adjacent to the enemy. So the few times I had him in the party, I'd run up behind him, I'd run him up behind an enemy my fighters were adjacent to and gouge their fucking eyes out from the back. This version of Sneak Attack is a notable downgrade from both Baldur's Gate and KOTOR. In KOTOR, if a scoundrel was behind an enemy or an enemy was incapacitated, they do an extra 1d6 damage per rank of Sneak Attack. So a big bang strategy was to build Revan for Force Insanity, use it on an entire room, and then have mission no-scope everyone in 3 rounds. Where did I put that? Oh, here we go.
Huh?
Fucking pretty fucking amazing, huh? And then have mission no-scope everyone in 3 rounds. Mother-daughter assassination team! In Baldur's Gate, Sneak Attack was instead Backstab. If you were behind an enemy and hidden either by hide in shadows or invisibility, then your attack would have its damage multiplied by the Backstab modifier. A high-level thief in Throne of Ball could reach a Backstab modifier of 5. That's a truckload of damage that can turn an enemy into little gory giblets on the floor. Backstab is the best of the bunch because it multiplies your damage, whereas adding 6d6 gives the possibility for every dice to come up 1, which is just piss. Other than that, I found little use for Astarion. Any companion with decent dexterity can pick locks and disarm traps. They aren't the sole job of the thief like they were in the previous game, so for the most part, Astarion just sat in the camp because I just didn't care for his character. Astarion's character is the one that suffers the most from Larian's fixation on making every character sexually appealing in a rigidly conventional heteronorm. Is the one that suffers the most from the horny tax. Horny tax. He keeps swapping back and forth from comically over-the-top evil gremlin man to talking like he's trying to seduce a radiator. I actually like Astarion when he's just being comically over-the-top evil. Hey, a sec, I gotta find it.
I think I'll enjoy traveling with Halcyon. Not for his wit or wisdom. He'll just make an excellent shield if we're attacked.
Fucking animation is so goofy. This is the funniest line in the entire game, and the fact that he does this gesture like Calvin plotting to dunk Susie in the river is fucking amazing. I wish he was like this all the time, just the most wormy little bitch in the camp. Just the most wormy little bitch in the camp. But every time he calls my character darling, I want to cast Otaluke's minor implosion on his testicles. There was nothing charming about this anti-dick looking motherfucker. Speaking in the same register as the narrator and thinking it's appealing. All it's making me do is miss Periwinkle. These crossed wires affect his story as well. Astarion's backstory is being a vampire spawn who is a slave to an actual vampire. He's basically an errand boy who has to switch between seducing people for Cazador to eat and being... Oh god, I got too many fucking windows open. Seducing people for Cazador to eat and being whored out to Cazador's guests. He starts out his story coping with it through hypersexuality, and while He starts out his story coping with it through hypersexuality. And while that is a real coping mechanism a lot of sexual abuse survivors suffer through, it immediately rang my alarm bells because it just so happens to be the coping mechanism that easily facilitates players being able to fuck him. Isn't it weird how those things seem to just come together, eh, Larian? Larian can't even decide on a characterization for the man in a single given moment. During his quest to kill Cazador, you encounter one of his victims that he seduced and brought to Cazador to feed on, only to find that Cazador kept all of them in a secret underground dungeon. He kept them there for 100 years for the sake of a ritual that will sacrifice them all so Cazador can become a mega vampire. You know how in BG2, Bodhi stole Imoen's soul and was this super powerful mega vampire because of it? Yeah, that's basically what Cazador is doing. Astarion is horrified to learn what happened to them. Sebastian in particular. A lot of people point to this as a turning point for his character, and admittedly, it is a very good "what have I done" moment for the sad bastard. Then on the opposite side of the room, you can find a bunch of children he kidnapped for the same reason, and he's like, oh, fuck, you're here too? Oh, well, fuck them kids. Wow, I was almost starting to feel sorry for you. That brings up something. If you happen to be one of the people who loves this guy, first of all, which wizard cast 10th level daddy issues on you? And second of all, Astarion is one of the few characters who could be perma-killed through no fault of the player. The Cazador boss fight has him get yanked into place for the ritual, and you have to get him out with one less party member. If he hasn't been retrieved within 3 turns, all the spawn explode into giblets. But if you get him out and the fight goes on long enough, Cazador can just warp him right back, and the timer continues where it left off. Given the fact I found Astarion neither interesting nor pleasant, I was sorely tempted to just take the L when he got clapped rather than reloading. But if you're someone who likes this character, oh dear lord, this sounds like it would be actual hell. Much of Astarion's character reeks of emotional blackmail. They set him up as this loathsome character, the kind you could slot in alongside Jar and Korgan and Baloth, and then just when you're starting to hate the little scrote in the most delightful way possible, it slams this sexual abuse backstory onto you as if to say, boy, bet you're feeling silly for judging him on first impressions, huh? No, game, I'm not. Oh, I guess you just don't care about male victims of abuse, huh? Look, Baldur's Gate 3, you just don't execute this bait and switch well. Astarion is just shitty Andrew Graves, who himself was already shitty Timber. If you know me, you already know how this abused becomes abuser plotline will always be something I completely and utterly reject. A lot of people seem to think that this is how it works, where an abuse victim often becomes a complete scumbag, but that's pop psychology bullshit. There's a fine line between a maladaptive victim and a fucking charlatan. It's neither interesting nor realistic, and it scrubs much of the nuance of how people react to abuse itself. Some people really like this story, no matter how many times it's told and retold over and over again. I'm not one of those people. For what it's worth, I came away with a better opinion of Astarion than I had before. It's just that my opinion of him mirrors my opinion of Jar or Tiax, characters I like specifically because they're awful and I want to punch them every time they speak. Every time you open your mouth, I gain one more reason to end you. But when the game starts twisting my arm to get me to feel sorry for him, I just shut down and refuse to engage. I never engage with that shit, and I resent the game for thinking it was an adequate shortcut to writing a real story. This will probably be especially contentious because Astarion has a fanbase that is, well, let's be nice and say passionate, and insist that the revelations of his story elevate his character to new heights. But it's worth pointing out that the people who say that already liked him from the start, and so for them, he went from good to great, and so assume for you, he'll go from bad to good. But that's not what happens in practice, especially since I wasn't inclined to ignore the way he talks about Cazador's other victims. What really seals his downfall for me is his ascension. Astarion bemoans how Cazador made a victim out of him, but Cazador had thousands of victims, many of which Astarion brought to him. Astarion sacrifices all of them for himself without a hint of remorse, and even belittles and mocks the families of children he murdered. Families of children he sacrificed. Astarion is a character who is at best mildly funny, and at worst a character so completely and utterly mean-spirited in everything he does, I can't have any response to him other than, God, what a piece of shit.
And all we're asking you to do
is change your name.
Clean your brain. Forget
and a giant human monkey. Oh no, wait, that's Spencer Pratt.
So Gale is a wizard, the famed archmage of Waterdeep, lover to Mystra herself. He's lover and student to the goddess Mystra herself. Goddess Mystra herself. He's level 1 and can cast magic missile. This is the most 5th edition character I've ever seen in my fucking life. Yeah, there's something of a problem with all the companions having careers and stories of their own, but starting the game at level 1. It's kind of hand-waved away by the parasite, but it's still very odd. Non-origin companions avoid this by joining the party in Act 2, so they started around level 7 or 8. This is why D&D adventures don't typically open with mind flayers at level 1. I'm just saying, like, this is a mid-level adventure. Anyway, Gale is a mage. D&D tends to flip back and forth between wizard and mage for the This is a mid-level adventure. Like, a low-level adventure would involve kobolds and bandits and low-level conspiracies. A mid-level adventure conspiracies, and maybe, if you're very lucky, a dragon. High-level adventures generally go into things involving the plots of gods. And other cosmic creatures. Epic level adventures, the best adventure you can ever take. Basically just is where the game breaks down into everyone throwing broken shit at each other. Until the players either scrape through a win or give up. Head off and eat some dinner. See y'all later, CD. Good luck on the script. All right, see you, Lolo. Love you. Or give up. God, I miss epic level adventures. Adventures. 5th edition players don't do them. And that sucks. Anyway, Gale is a mage. D&D tends to flip back and forth between wizard and mage for the class. I go with mage because it's correct. As a mage, Gale can fill his repertoire of spells by both leveling up and copying them from scrolls. In the original game, mages could only learn spells by copying from scrolls and had to memorize them into individual spell slots. This is called Vancian casting. While sorcerers learned spells by leveling up and had a set number of casts per level per rest. In BG3, mages cast spells the same way from a pool of prepared spells. So instead of loading up with 5 magic missiles and 3 sleeps, you can keep both prepared and cast 8 of them at your leisure. Except you can't because there's a natural limit of 4 spell slots per level for some reason. This does have the effect of turning mages and sorcerers from opposite disciplines of spellcasting to the sorcerer being objectively worse, So 5th edition added in meta magic for sorcerers, where you get a special resource that let you do things like extend range, target 2 enemies at once, or cast spells as a bonus action, or just give you more spell slots until your next long rest. It's fun. Anyway, Gale's a mage, which means by default, he's the best class in the game. Gale can swap between pure damage and utility on a moment-by-moment basis, and given my character was a sorcerer, that meant the two of them could straight up nuke anything and everything. Different editions of D&D have tried under many circumstances to put limits on the power of spellcasters through mechanics like concentration or limiting their spell slots, but they never actually work. Gale chafes against the concentration mechanic, meaning his ability to buff the party is extremely limited. So much of a mage's skill floor is limited. In older editions of D&D, what balanced mages was that guarantee what spells they get upon leveling up. They can never guarantee what spells they get upon leveling up, and leveling up, and actually making use of those spells was a very difficult thing to master. Away with most of it, and added in the concentration mechanic to make you pick and choose buffs on the fly. But all that actually does is, on a practical level, is mean that I don't keep more than one concentration spell prepared and lean him ever further into blasting shit off people's faces. I mean, I could cast haste on a party member, but I'm just gonna get hit and lose concentration anyway, so let's get to chain gunning those scorching rays. That's always been something that D&D has a hard time grappling with, player behavior. You've limited my ability to buff under the idea that I'll make more meaningful choices on a turn-by-turn basis, but what that actually means is I just don't buff and I become an even deadlier Duke. Making a level 1. Okay, so what if Goku mixed with Jesus mixed with Neo from the Matrix? Nooblord making a 5e character sheet. Here's a sniper. She got cybernetic eyes, kind of a grump. The character is level 20 and there's a damage rotation. As the game goes on, this only becomes a bigger issue as Gale has access to spells that Sari just doesn't, particularly Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War. It works like Magic Missile, except instead of dealing 1d4 damage, each missile deals 2d4 plus 6. This became my default for Gale's level 5 spells because it was just a very solid damage spell. Hell, Gale is practically built for this, since he's a mage and gets to pick a school of spells to focus on and gains an added... Since he's a mage and gets to pick a school of spells to focus on and gains an added benefit. Picking Evocation will give him Sculpt spells. Is Zane still here? Okay. Sculpt spells, which means his AoE evocation spells won't hit his allies if he clips them with it. This means this is incredible, as it means Gale can drop a fireball in the middle of his party and not hurt them. Or rather, I'm sure it would be incredible if I didn't keep forgetting I had it, but I digress. Or I'm sure it would have been incredible if I didn't keep forgetting I had it, but I digress. AoE spells are busted in this game. Larian has such a hard-on for fighting with the terrain that they tend to flood encounters with a ton of ads to get you to fight using floor effects. And the best way to do that is AoE spells. Gale being able to cast Fireball or Lightning Bolt without clipping his allies is the point where you realize mages are even more broken than they were in BG2. Imagine if Horrid Wilting was a level 3 spell. Gale's characterization overall is fine. He's one of the first companions you find who has a personality and is affable at the same time. Compared to Lae'zel, Shadowheart, and Astarion, he's like a breath of fresh air. Like most characters, he's a terminal secret keeper, so long sections of the game have to go by without his story advancing, but you eventually learn he has a special artifact inside his chest that will destroy him if not dealt with, which is a character concept Larian liked so much that they did it twice in one game. At 3 different occasions, Gale will be afflicted with arcane hunger and ask for a magical item to absorb, so you have to take an item of 1 or higher and then make Gale eat it. Orville, oh, this is gonna be a new fun thing. Rather conspicuously, there's a ton of +1 items in Act 1 that are completely and utterly useless and seem to only exist for the express purpose of making Gale vor them. Eventually, Gale tells us at one point that he had a special relationship with the goddess Mystra. When Gale was 8, she sent Elminster, the second most powerful archmage in all the realms, to tutor him in magic. Later, he was also tutored by Mystra herself. Gale is a special, powerful, super important archmage, practically famed in Waterdeep, and at level 1 too, what an underachiever. Anyway, the relationship between Gale and Mystra is probably the most viscerally disgusting thing this game has to offer, and there's sexual slavery and parent-child incest in this game. My biggest issue with Gale, he's just so nice, but if you reciprocate that energy, he thinks you're flirting with him. Grooming with him. He thinks you're flirting with him. That's because he's been groomed since he was 8. Now, the gods in D&D range from evil to evil and stupid. The series often likes to stick alignments on certain gods and claim they're good or evil. But the best any of them could aspire to is chaotic neutral. This is an inherent problem of crafting a fantasy realm where gods are provably real and can speak to you, but the theodicy problem still applies. This was always the problem with Abrahamic religions, as the Hebrew had to keep trying to explain to you why Yahweh is loving and benevolent and always watching over them, and just out of frame, Yahweh is turning a man inside out to test his faith like a toxic spouse. Gotta put my phone on the charger 1 sec. The entire Baldur's Gate series is often about how you're better off without the gods, especially as they stand back and watch the Ballspawn crisis happen. A crisis that AO the Overfather created and then banned the gods from intervening in. Mystra in particular had a nasty habit of fostering an inappropriate relationship with mortals. Gale in particular, she fostered a trusting relationship with him from a young age. Goodness, Gale, your hair is... from a young age. Goodness, Gale, your hair is fantastic. Who grooms you? My wife has a theory that Imoen turned Mystra down and she crashed out, and that's why she's like this. Fun theory, but like, Mistra's kind of always been like this. Mystra has a tendency to seek out more chosen than any other god to split her divine essence between them, and even goes as far as to breed divine lineages. She does this so that when she's inevitably destroyed by some weave fuckery, she can put herself back together. And if that sounds like something Ball would do, then wait until you find out about Mistra's Magister. A special elite wizard whose title passes down to their murderer, and Mystra punishes you if you aren't a bloodthirsty serial killer. Mystra is what Ball would be if he was actually good at doing evil. Anyway, eventually Gale reached the age of majority, so Mystra cast him aside. Gale was so distraught after being cast aside that he proceeded to write the gods off entirely as a lost cause, and dedicated himself to magic without the... It's like, Gale was so distraught after being cast aside that he proceeded to write the gods off entirely as a lost cause and dedicated himself to magic without the aid of... Nah, I'm just kidding. He went after artifacts of great power trying to impress her. Gale's story reeks of someone who was abused, which isn't surprising, as that's every Origin companion. Someone who was cast aside when their abuser got bored of them and hasn't quite realized what has happened. This becomes especially ghoulish when Elminster shows up saying, "Gale, Mistra's giving you a chance to redeem yourself by killing yourself." Mystra decided to keep the orb from exploding, keeping Gale alive so he can die at the proper moment, and if that sounds like something a Harry Potter character would suggest, that's because it was. Gale is given the ability to detonate the orb in his chest at any time, which he can use on the Netherbrain. This is a last-ditch decision, keeping the story from unraveling if you're too bad at the game to get a good ending, and you also don't want to turn into a squid. In a sane world, Gale never detonates the orb. Instead, he discovers that the crown is being used to control the Netherbrain, can actually let him control the Karsite Weave. Don't ask, I sure didn't. Gale can use this to become a god, and once this is made clear, Mystra decides to talk to him directly and encourages him to bring the crown to her instead. At first, it seemed as if Gale was ready to just slag Mystra off. Mystra off completely and was committed to using the crown of Karsus, but at the last second, something changed. When the crown fell into the harbor, Gale decided that the power wasn't worth it. He later fished it out, gave it to Mystra, and went on to go teach magic at a college. Gale comes out of his story with a far more positive view of Mystra than I do, but then again, I'm of the opinion that every god in D&D should be hunted down by the 2 remaining ballspawn and slaughtered like animals. As someone who views her own abusers with pity, I can understand Gale just... As somebody who views her own abusers with a certain level of pity, I can understand Gale just not going all in on raging against the gods and deciding to go teach at a college. As I mentioned, I never tried to convince him one way or the other, so I'm not sure what prompted this shift, or perhaps it was always just a fanciful idea, but seeing him renege on power at the last minute was actually pretty neat. Overall, Gale's characterization was fine. At first I found him irritating, he's a clingy, desperate, sex-hungry little shit. But then you learn he's a grooming victim and you go, oh, I get it now, I'll bitch slap you a little more softly. You may be wondering why this works, but Astarion doesn't. Well, Gale isn't also a complete sociopath for the lulz, and you get an explanation in Act 1 instead of when you're netherstones deep in Act 3. Gale is also one of the few characters in this game who is charming, likable, and affable, while also having interesting things to say. It becomes interesting to talk to him and find out what's going on with that messed up brain of his besides the worms.
He's the guy who's the talk of the town with the restless scar.
Will as a character is probably the best introduction of any of the companions. The rest up to that point you find loitering around the shore or stuck in a cosmic anus. Will shows up during the Goblin Assault on the Druid Grove. Will's intro. Holy shit! Who the fuck on the BG3 team has a thing for Errol Flynn? Because that was so fucking good. Will Ravengard is the Blade of Frontiers, a folk hero on the Sword Coast who is also, coincidentally, level 1. Will is a warlock, which takes the award for the worst caster class in D&D history. Yes, I know warlocks are technically good. Yes, I know warlocks are technically good. Technically very good, but every other spellcaster is better. But every other spellcaster is better. To absurd degrees. Warlocks get, at best, 2 spell slots that are unique warlock spell slots. They always cast their highest possible level, and they restore on a short rest instead of a long rest. Now, in the tabletop game, there are interesting things you can do with this that involve taking a few levels in Sorcerer, and then never taking long rests. But BG3 caps you at short rest between long rests, so Sheldon throwing papers away. The Warlock's bread and butter is casting Eldritch Blast, which does the damage of a full cast of Magic Missile, and can be upgraded to hit 3 times. As a class, the Warlock's DPS potential is pretty middling, and I often found myself using Will as a fly swatter, which is to say I had him sniping a lot of the weaker adds that pour into every fight. If a fight had extra shit that needed doing, it was usually a safe bet to send in Will. Other than that, Will gets access to a handful of mage spells every time he levels up, and in most cases I found it was best to just pick the ones that debuff the enemy or throw shit on the floor. In this regard, Will reminds me the most of Aerie, a cleric mage from Baldur's Gate 2, because she's a multiclass, she can't really serve as a primary arcane or divine caster, but paired with another of either is where she finds her niche. Will in a party with a mage or sorcerer is great. On his own, Oh, For those of you who played the original games, you will not believe what character I find myself comparing Halcyon to the most. Gameplay-wise, I found myself disappointed with Will, as he's the character that chafes the hardest against BG3's unacceptably tiny party size. Who? You'll find out. Stick around, you'll find out. His utility means taking up a valuable party slot is a torturous decision to make, especially when he also chafes against BG3's atrocious miss rate. Character-wise, though, I think Will is my favorite. Him and Karlach are the two best characters in the game because they have fun and interesting stories with none of the drawbacks that the other characters have. Okay, Karlach is 1. Later. Astarion's story is soured by Astarion's character being so comically over-the-top evil in the most inappropriate places. Shadowheart is weakened by her utterly monotone and lifeless personality. Lae'zel is weakened by the fact that she's a gith and therefore has the depth of a spoon. Karlach and Will don't have any... Karlach and Will don't have any of those drawbacks. Well, there is one. Because Will is black, the writers of BG3 largely neglected his story, and as a character he has far less content than Astarion or Shadowheart. In fact, people have checked, and Will has the least content out of all the Origin companions. However, I'm not bothered by this. Well, no more than I usually am at the way mediocrity is celebrated. Will may have less content, but the content he has is top-notch. Astarion and Shadowheart have more to say and more opportunities to interject, but both of them have the personalities of damp toilet paper, so it doesn't really matter. Quality is better than quantity. In fact, I'd almost shudder to think how his story could have gone if the shit writers had been in any way interested in him. Will's story involves a lot of very interesting things. Will is a noble folk hero, but... let's see. Will's story involves a lot of very interesting things. Will is a noble folk hero, but he uses the power of the Hells in order to do good. If BG3 was a real game, his character sheet would no doubt read chaotic good. His quests largely involve his pact with Mizora, and if you're playing correctly, you can easily blackmail and manipulate Mizora into letting Will out of his pact once it's clear the pact is a terrible one. Given that Mizora treats Will like a dog, the instant she showed up and started talking, I already wanted to kick her fucking teeth in. So already Will starts on more firm ground than the other companions. We know his story early on, we know who his abuser is early on. Instantly, they're as hateable as possible, and I'm already scheming with my new buddy to stab her right in her pompous face. The story practically hands such an opportunity to you when the idiot gets herself captured by mind flayers, and she demands Will free her. Sure, Will is beholden to the pact, but I'm not, Lamau. I only agree to do this if Mizora frees Will from his pact, and even when we do that, I can still wring a special sword out of her. Mizora shows up later after we find out that Will's father is being controlled by the Absolute to offer him a sick choice. Either reinstate his pact as a servant of Zariel in exchange for Mizora saving his father from the Absolute, or be free of his pact at the cost of his father's life. Unlike the other companions, you can't just let Will decide what to do about this, presumably because this was actually added in by a later patch. I urged Will to choose his freedom. Will's relationship with his father is estranged and estranged by his pact with Mizora, though Will still holds his father in high regard. With Mizora's ultimatum, she sealed it so that he can never repair that relationship. Duke Ravengard either dies or Will is back under a demon's thrall and still something his father loathes. It's admittedly a very effective narrative trick. There's no 100% happy ending for Will. He has to lose something. For a lot of other characters, if you manipulate events enough, it's possible to give them a 100% golden ending. These endings are the result of fan outcry that their favorite waifu doesn't get a happily ever after. Since there was no outcry like that for Will, he gets to have a story where the different routes don't feel inherently like bad endings. As for why I made that choice, it's pretty simple. Sons do not sacrifice themselves for their fathers. Fathers sacrifice themselves for their sons. Will's only real crime was being a hot-headed youth, and the actions of his father were, quite frankly, unreasonable. Consider it me forcing Duke Ravengard to do the right thing. Though Karlach doesn't seem to be aware of that. Karlach's reaction. Karlach, that's the opposite of what happened. Found a bug. I found a bug, everyone. Overall, Will's story was good. It wasn't something that was as woven into the plot as Lae'zel or Shadowheart, but it was satisfying getting this poor bastard out of such a noxious, abusive relationship. Will and Gale are often the subject of very poisonous discourse because they're men whose abusers are women, and those women are often ones the fanbase considers hot. People have a tendency to downplay the severity of the abuse these two men suffer or act as if they have more responsibility than they really do. And it's not the first time I've seen this happen. It reminds me at times of how people talk about vampires as sex symbols, when vampires have historically used seduction to lure morons away from the safety of their villages and into their castles where they can murder them and feed on them. But that's a bit loaded. Truth be told, a lot of people can overlook a lot of things if a character gives them the horn. It's an aspect of fandom culture that can be quite obnoxious at times, but is also extremely predictable. But as for Will himself, he's good. He's good. Like there's no caveats there. He's just damn good. He's just damn good. I mean, if your biggest criticism of a story is that there should have been more of it, that story was good. I can't play this one because I'll get content ID'd. Me to Funky Town, Asmodeus, won't you take me to Funky Town? Yes, I do often read my scripts aloud to myself to make sure they scan vocally. Karlach. If there's one character that could be said to be the breakout character of the game, it's Karlach, the upbeat, fun-loving barbarian who you meet because Will is tasked to kill her and goes, "Oh no, she's hot," literally, and gives up. Hey, rapiers are expensive. You don't want to melt them. Karlach is a barbarian, the worst class in the entire game. As a class, her main ability is to go into a rage, which provides very minor buffs and enables the use of some very underwhelming attacks. Rage grants you 2 extra damage with melee weapons, a minor resistance to physical damage, and advantage on strength checks. At level 9, the bonus goes up to 3. Oh, man, calm down, guys. Depending on the subclass, Rage can grant a few extra attacks, increase the bonus to 4, cause a wild surge, or take on an element of a beast with other very minor buffs. Now, in terms of how Barbarian is done, the 5th edition Barbarian is a notch above the 2nd edition Barbarian. However, I'm not comparing this to Tabletop 2nd edition, I'm comparing this to Baldur's Gate 2. So let's look at the Baldur's Gate 2 Barbarian. The BG2 Barbarian gets 12 hit dice, gains an additional 20% movement speed, is immune to backstab, and gains stacking physical damage resistance starting at level 11. Barbarian Rage, which you get at level 1, grants +4 to Strength and Constitution, a save versus spell bonus, the most important save in the game, and immunity to most crowd control and immunity to level drain. BG2's Barbarian is a hulking, smashing beast of rage, and because of how BG2 is designed, you don't have to choose between being able to rage and being able to do good damage. Rage is an innate ability independent from attacks, so you can rage and dual wield, and because the only barbarian that could be in the party is Garion's Ward, it stacks with Drop Unholy. And a mage can still hit you with improved haste. once I kill Belafet. Oh, basically all the mechanics in BG2 are in the enhanced edition of BG1 and Siege of Dragonspear. So you're already playing it. Not only does that turn you into a hulking, smashing beast of red. Oh, I already said that. Not only does that turn you into the Blender, you're also a fucking tank with inflated HP and physical damage resistance. Going from that to BG3 is the most disappointing thing this game could ever do. Let's play the cover. Look at how they massacred my boy. Barbarians are also strictly limited in their equipment. Because their rage and other abilities use their bonus action, they're stuck using only two-handed weapons. Dual wielding is out of the question, especially if you choose the Berserker subclasses. And how does that make any fucking sense? A barbarian swinging two big fuck-off weapons around like a military-grade blender. Oh, hang on. Like a military-grade slap chop is the thing you're supposed to be able to do as a barbarian. Fuck, if anything should have Titan's grip, it should be the barbarian. This is a problem with all the classes where the sheer overwhelming awesome factor is weirdly absent. Going from BG2 Barbarian to BG3 is like swapping out a bad dragon dildo for a Vienna sausage. You want an example of just something really good? A barbarian in BG2 with all those buffs, dual wielding with Phobane. Now, Phobane is a bastard sword, which means it can be dual wielded, and its main gimmick is that it casts Larlock's Minor Drain every time you hit. Imagine dealing an extra 1d4 damage that heals you 10 times in a round. You become unkillable. Yes! You know, fuck it. I'm not a barbarian, but I'm a berserker. I'm gonna pop this open for a second. I need you all to see this in real time. Let's see if I can find it.
Need me? Oh, you bet. Yep. Right. You're like family to me. I mean it.
Okay, so
Nature's servant
first
awaits.
we're going to cast, where is it?
Yes.
Death Ward.
Yep.
And then you're going to cast Improved Haste.
What's the story? The unadventurous life is not worth living.
Now we're going to... Where is it? Enrage.
Tell me. Didn't see that coming, did you? did you? Didn't see that coming, did you?
1v stronghold. Yep.
That was just for practice.
And she just keeps going. And now she's only just starting to take damage. What level are you, Ari? 25. So we're only halfway through the XP cap. Wow, this is a bait. I know, right?
Okie doke.
Vicky, heal. Emmy, I need another dose of amphetamines.
Need me? Gotcha.
I'll test your metal with cold steel.
Yeah, so that's the sheer unrelenting power difference in BG2. And like, I'm not even playing a barbarian, I'm playing a berserker. Like, if I was playing a barbarian, my strength and con would be even higher. Like, they'd be maxed out at 25.
Name it.
Actually, do you have... Oh, you have drop on holy. Shame I can't cast it on anyone. This is so fucking fun. I know, right? It is absurd. You just become the blender. And like, what weapons am I using? I'm using Phobane +5 and Black Razor +4. I have mods that let me upgrade certain things, so, like... If I change to this, immunity to level drain, it sets my strength to 22, but it just does a fuck ton more damage. This one does additional damage to undead shapeshifters and extraplanar beings, so it doesn't affect these ones. So, like, if I change to this... I don't heal anymore, but I am just dealing way more damage. Also, dual flaming swords? Fucking cool. All right, time to get out of there, Ari. Anyway. Yeah. Play BG2. There's just fun to sitting back and watching your character obliterate everything the turn-based can't replicate. Oh, yeah. Like, trust me, the enemies you can face later in the game, they can absolutely step to you, but the Amkethrin guards, not even close. This sadly means that Karlach is, as is, didn't stack up nearly as well as a fighter compared to Lae'zel. I respect her multiple times, ultimately settling on a Wild Heart fighter build, inspect her to use heavy armor, and ignored her rage mechanic entirely, and it worked out pretty well. In my second run, I just spec'd her to fight her and made her a dual-wielding monster and said fuck it to this to the whole nonsense. As for Karlach's character, she's kind of similar to Astarion in that she's down, then up, then down again. You first meet her and you're like, okay, fun, upbeat character, kind of silly, a little weird about personal space, but it's been a long time since she's touched anyone, so I kind of get it. Then after you kill Gortash, you get rant. I got a quick question for the games industry. Why was Neil Newbon given best performance and not Samantha Beard? Like, is it just because all the people who gave this game 10 out of 10 ratings clearly didn't get to Act 3? Or is it because all the characters are animated like they're on an early episode of Ruby? Karlach's story is that they used to be a bodyguard for Gortash and even considered him a friend. And like, really, Karlach? This guy? His name is Gortash. I had to check twice because I hallucinated that being followed with the Blood Ripper. Anyway, Gortash betrayed Karlach, oh my god, can't believe it, and sold her to Zariel, a corrupt Solar who's been making herself into the dictator of the Nine Hells, who is bound to get a Ballspawn sister-shaped missile into her head any day now. Her heart was ripped out and replaced with an infernal engine which can only exist in the Hells, effectively chaining her there. I have a weird nostalgia for these games because I never played them. My stepfather used to. I have the same relationship to industry giants. After escaping back to the material plane, Karlach's body runs extremely hot and the engine is straining itself in the cold environment. Her story in Act 1 and 2 involves finding a smithy who could give her repair work, but it's only a stopgap. The engine is going to burn out if she doesn't return to Avernus. Karlach, for her part, takes all of this in stride. Going back to Avernus would mean being enslaved to Zariel. At least on the material plane, she can enjoy her freedom with what little time she has left. Killmonger, because they knew death was better than bondage. Murder Cop, the puppy slayer, betrayed me. Oh fuck! Where was that? Where was that post? Oh yeah, here we go. Blizzard introducing multiple sub-factions like, where is it? Like, these are the Friend Love tribe, this is the Smoochy Kiss tribe, and this is the Death Slaughter Blood Crime tribe. Every NPC, oh my god, Chieftain Baby Murder Death Slaughter Blood Crime is sided with the Dark One, this is so unlike him. Blizzard introducing paladins like, hello, I'm Adrian Humper. Hello, I'm Gehibinal Holy Crusader. Hello, I'm Jiminy Ethnic Cleanser. Jimothy, no! I've just been thinking about that because of, like, what got me thinking about that was, like, there's a Tauren tribe in Classic WoW called the Grim Totem tribe. And then in Legion, you get the Blood Totem tribe. Timothy, no! About as subtle as a raging bull. Oh my god, I can't believe Aaron, Master Race Believer, went on an absolutely racist crusade. Timothy, no! My trusted vizier, Throat Ripper McKitten Boiler, would never betray me. Long swords, short swords, or bastard swords in BG2. Long swords are the most plentiful, and they do more damage. So in general, long swords, the best one-handed weapons to specialize in are long swords, axes, maces, and flails. And warhammers if you're going for Cromfair. What? No. Who could have seen that coming? Getting this scene after everything, this attitude doesn't crack until after killing Gortash. Now that he's dead, Karlach has to come to grips with the fact that it isn't going to change anything. She's going to die, and she breaks down over it. Rant. Getting this scene after everything that preceded it in Act 3 was like getting struck in the tailbone with a cattle prod. It's one of the first moments where the sarcasm and snark and winks to the camera and sexual innuendos stop, and someone has a real emotional moment. In most other cases, you have to wring these things out of other characters, but with Karlach, you just get it. But it does its job too well. It highlights how much Karlach is an utterly unserious character before this point. Part of that is her characterization, being high on freedom and having it progressively soured, but the immediate effect on the player is Karlach is another cagey companion laughing off your questions in a game that is fucking full of them. Karlach was the point where I wanted to grab Sven Vink and shake him like a first-year Wii game and scream, "Write something else." I'd like to get to know these characters, Larian. Unfortunately, every one of this long list of questions you give me to ask them has them talk around it like Ian Hazacostas being asked what color his shirt is. Karlach is the worst of this because unlike Shadowheart or Astarion, she's actually interesting. So the fact that you still have to offer up a sacrifice to the gods just to get some story with her is 20 times more frustrating. You might think this just comes down to the fact that you're strangers, but BG2 doesn't have this problem. Characters make their situation known to you right away, because they kind of have to. You usually arrive in the middle of it. Oftentimes these people need your help, and being a discerning person, Gryan's Ward won't give it without information. You're a stranger they need help from. They can't afford to be cagey with you. The companions in Baldur's Gate 2 have their own things going on, and they're often helping you because you helped them. The game doesn't make you wait for their stories to mean something, because their stories mean something the instant you meet them. They travel with you because they like the cut of your jib, not because the story forced them to by infecting them with the same parasite. This is a recurring problem in modern storytelling. Act 1 and 2 are used for fucking nothing. And then all the characterization has to be shoved into Act 3, where it doesn't have room to breathe. This isn't just in BG3, this is everywhere. This is TV shows being paced like an ant pushing a brick across the desert until the last few episodes, at which point it rushes to tie everything up. This is video games being cagey with information until the last act, at which point it overloads you with backstory. And I genuinely, sincerely, do not know why writers are doing this. My wife loves Karlach, and I wish I loved her just as much, but her story is so good that it only highlights how much the way it's written frustrates the shit out of me. And isn't that a weird predicament to be in? Like, I don't care that Shadowheart is cagey with me, because 9 times out of 10, I don't want to talk to her to begin with. But I want to learn more about Karlach, but I can't because we're not 30 hours in yet. Karlach has to pay the horny tax worse than any other character. And as a character, she's novel in that you can't actually touch her. Given that BG3 is this aggressively horny, the fact that she can't be touched throws an interesting curveball onto any idea of romance. Can you be in a relationship with someone you cannot touch? And then in order to not have to do that, Gammon insulates her engine so she can touch people. Now the hug you can give Karlach after it happens is very sweet, but it highlights how much of this interesting idea had to be thrown away just for the sake of sex appeal. Like the insulation doesn't stop Karlach from being extremely hot and risking catching fire. It just means you don't get burned. Karlach's entire character is one who is craving a good fuck, so that the player won't feel bad about progressing her quest for exclusively horny reasons. Wow, that was a tongue twister. Reasons. Hell, she also had her face remade twice to make her look less like a tiefling and more like a CoverGirl model. There was an opportunity for an unusual, quite non-standard relationship here that covers something that could be a deal breaker for some people. Alas, the horny tax man cometh. Twice? Oh yeah, you didn't know? Give me a second. Okay. Image link. Okay, so this is Karlach in-game. This was Karlach's original face during early access. I'm gonna have to turn off the Twitch overlay for a sec. And this was a version of Karlach's face that was data mined. Like it's in the game files. There's a mod to basically put it in. So like Karlach got hit with the Neo-Tenny stick really fucking hard. The last part of Karlach's story comes down to how it ends. Karlach does not want to go back to Avernus. She would rather die. She can only be convinced if she has someone going with her. This could be the player, and those who romanced Karlach are inclined to do so. But if you do Will's questline and release him from his pact, he'll offer to go with her instead, and Karlach will accept regardless of the circumstances. I actually quite like this. Given how Karlach and Will first met, them returning to Avernus as companions is extremely good growth. It's one of those intercompanion friendships that you don't see very often. The best example I can think of is that in BG2, if you install one particular mod, Imoen will develop a close and affectionate friendship with Aerie, and it's my favorite part of the entire game. The problem is that you don't get to see much of it grow and develop over the game, which is a shame. BG3 is really bad about showing you the good content. I like Karlach and Will returning to Avernus for this reason alone, though I find Karlach's death to be a more narratively satisfying ending, where Karlach is defiant to the very end and ultimately choosing death over slavery. Especially since it's a very interesting ethical question. If you're really Karlach's friend, do you respect her decision to die on her own terms, or do you try and stop her? I ultimately decided on the former, and it was Will who ended up talking her out of it. Karlach is in this weird place as a character because, quality-wise, she's the best of the bunch. No contest, Karlach is the best companion in the entire game. But she's also the companion that really highlights the way BG3 overuses caginess as a stalling tactic, and how hard it is to get most of the characters to drop the sarcastic, irreverent nonsense. Next up. Moving on to the first of the non-origin companions, we have Minthara. Minthara is a drow paladin working for the Absolute, and the process to actually recruiting her is absurd. In Act 1, you're tasked with killing her and the other leaders of the Goblin Army, and in order to recruit her, you need to activate the Knock Unconscious passive, beat her to death, and then make it to Act 2, where she's been dragged before Ketheric Thorm to answer for her failure. She gets taken away to be punished by having her mind broken, but you rush in and put a stop to the degeneracy by convincing her to pretend to be mind broken and just walk out of the tower. I can't believe that actually worked. Gameplay-wise, Minthara has the standard toolkit of any paladin, along with a unique ability called Soul Branding, which gives an ally's weapon attacks additional fire damage. Soul Branding is really good when I don't forget that I have it. But when playing, the vast majority of the paladin's toolkit went completely unused, because one of a paladin's abilities is Divine Smite. This spell consumes a spell slot on a weapon attack to deal additional radiant damage based on the level you cast it at. It's kind of like getting sneak attack without the fiddly mechanics required to make sneak attack work. And this was the ability I spent all of Minthara's spell slots on. No Lay on Hands, no Channel Oath, no auras, just Unga Bunga. I miss Mass Effect 2, where everyone is upfront about why they're agreeing to get on the Normandy and tell you immediately when something is on their mind. Yeah. Paladins, unfortunately, are a shadow of their former selves. Modern paladins are effectively... maybe spit my drink out. No Lay on Hands, no Channel Oath, no auras, just Unga Bunga. Paladins, unfortunately, are a shadow of their former selves. Modern paladins are effectively just divine warlocks, choosing a patron deity to make an oath to. Older versions of D&D had paladins being capable of falling, where if they break their oath, they lose all the powers of a paladin, but keep the restrictions, making them a shitty fighter. Because paladins had to be lawful good, this made them extremely difficult role-playing challenges for experienced players. They were designed to play, they were difficult to play and difficult to have in a party by design. Modern D&D has slowly eroded this away and even added a special little subclass for edgy little boys who break their oaths. All of these things make the paladin supremely boring as a class, barely distinguishable from your average fighter cleric. This is something you can blame on World of Warcraft. In Dungeons & Dragons, paladins were members of knightly orders who were ultimately beholden to military standards, and thus their ability to operate on cowboy diplomacy was always limited. World of Warcraft's paladins, however, are dumb religious zealots whose first instinct upon seeing anything unfamiliar is to hit it with their hammer. They're easily corruptible, are blind servants to a power that cares nothing for them, and they're quick to violence in a way that makes them perfect commanders for the Scourge. The most famous story they ever told was about a paladin being a dumb motherfucker falling into trap after trap and refusing to learn his lesson. And from a player perspective, getting to play a godly murder hobo who only gets stronger upon breaking their oath would be pretty fucking sweet. WoW had a greater influence on the design of 4th and 5th edition than people would like to admit. Character-wise, Minthara is very much a WoW-inspired paladin. She's extremely opinionated politically and at times makes some rather salient points that make me go, oh shit, this game has some really good lines. Like, it is a sharp mind that feels sympathy for one who suffers unnecessarily, not a soft heart. But that's only about 10% of her dialogue. The other 90% demonstrates that she is the single dumbest motherfucker in the entire cast. Minthara is a drow, and drow society is a tyrannical kakistocracy run by matron mothers who could be duped into setting their own hair on fire if you told them it would grant them power. And aside from having disdain for law, would grant them power. Literally one of the quest lines in Baldur's Gate 2, involves sneaking into a drow city. A drow city, stealing back the stolen, it's like allying yourself with a matron mother's daughter, stealing the silver eggs, the silver dragon eggs from the matron mother, so said daughter can present them to a demon and usurp her mother. Role as leader, and then giving the daughter fakes, so the demon kills both of them, pulling off the most stupidly successful double assassination. Where'd it go?
I am ready.
The eggs you hold are also fun. I love this, because you say to Fair, okay, Fair's like, I want you to steal the eggs and replace them with these fakes, and then bring me the real eggs. And then you bring her more fakes. What have you done to me? The ball child has murdered you, darkling daughter. Most amusing it is. Come now and be murdered. This pulling off the most stupidly successful double assassination in all of Faerun's history. In all of Faerun's history. Pulling off the most successful double assassination in all of Faerun's history. Like, seriously, these people are fucking stupid. Faerun's history. All because one drow couldn't check that the eggs she was given were fake. Seriously, these people are fucking stupid. And aside from having disdain for Lolth, Minthara is not critical of it. Compare this to the character she's a direct mirror of, Viconia Devere. Viconia is heavily critical of drow culture, having been burned by it and viewing it with disdain. She will not hesitate to explain how dumb the matron mothers are, and when you have to sneak into Usnatha, she tells the player directly how to manipulate the matron mothers to a degree that it's almost laughable. You can pull off a double cross and kill both a matron mother and her daughter without even lifting a weapon. Minthara is not critical of drow culture at all. In fact, she insists that the rest of the world would be better off under the ideals of drow culture. And this leads to her saying some of the most brain-dead shit I've ever heard in a video game. But because she says it in a voice like this, Minthara saying stupid shit, it's hard to get most people to acknowledge that. Hell, one of my wife's longtime friends ended up cutting ties with her specifically because I said his favorite waifu was a fucking idiot. I wish I was making that up. I wish this game did not give people the worst kind of brain worms. Minthara is almost funny in how she genuinely has no idea how stupid she actually is. She has an intellect score of 8. By the rules of most editions of D&D, that means she can't fucking read. You know how many other characters have the same intelligence score as her? Fucking Minsk. I am listening to this woman's smooth, silky voice recite elegant poetry about the medical applications of horse dewormer.
Asking you to do
is change your name.
Stacy's dad is actually pretty rad. He's all I want, and I'm obsessed just a tad.
Halsin is the first non-origin companion most players are likely to meet, the leader of the Druid Grove and the first person everyone thinks of when it comes to actually removing the tadpoles. You first find him after he's been captured by the goblin leaders, and when you rescue him, he tells you that the cure you're looking for can be found in Moonrise Towers. Turns out it wasn't, actually. Once you get to Act 2, Moonrise Towers just turns out to be the main base of operations for the Absolute. So this was just a dead-end breadcrumb. Halsin's actual business in the Blighted Lands is in trying to restore the Blight by finding the missing spirit of the forest, trying to heal the Blight by finding the missing spirit of the forest, Thaniel, a small child who has been split in two. After following a circuitous route, Halsin has to go into a portal of some kind. I'm writing this months after the fact. The details are lost on me, and you have to. I'm writing into a port. It's like circuitous route. Halsin has to go into a portal of some kind. I'm writing this months after the fact. The details are lost on me, and you have to defend the portal. This is probably the best combat encounter in the entire game, as the defensive hold-the-line nature of this encounter means that the intended strategy of drop shit on the floor plays really well here. I actually quite liked it. After Halsin retrieves Thaniel, it's up to you to find his other half, Oliver, and convince him to join together, saving the land from the Shadow Curse and recruiting Halsin into your party. Gameplay-wise, well, actually, I'd like to tell you how Halsin plays gameplay-wise, but I had him for maybe 3 or 4 fights before he got kidnapped by Orin in Act 3. who wouldn't give him back until I brought her Gortash's Netherstone. Both Orin and Gortash were tasks I saved for the very end, so... well... frankly, I couldn't really compare the BG3 Druid to the BG2 Druid anyway. You get one Druid companion in each game, and they aren't used very often. There is Jaheira, but she plays very differently. In any case, in BG2, the only real strategy for a Druid in BG2, the only strategy for a Druid is in BG1 cast summon insects, and then in BG2 it's cast insect swarm, and then in Throne of Ball shit gets complicated with cast Creeping Doom. These 3 spells have the unique property of permanently taking mages out of the fight. That's it. That's all Druids do in BG2. That's both unique from a cleric and worth doing. Character-wise, Halfdan is the most likable character in the cast. Like every other non-Origin companion, he doesn't have much to do after his Act 2 quest, or maybe he does and I just didn't see it. Halsin, funnily enough, does not end up having to pay the horny tax. Now, this man is very sexy, designed like someone drew him one-handed while listening to Stacy's dad, but unlike most of the other companions, his story doesn't actively clash with that. He's the one character who feels like he has a healthy relationship with sex and sexuality. If I was inclined to go for romance in this game, I'd have probably chosen Halsin. As a character, he's pretty relaxed and laid back. Everyone else, however, can't stop drooling over him. When you actually recruit him, here's what everyone says. Party reactions to Halsin. Yeah, everyone points out what a wall of muscle he is. That man is built like a brick shithouse. He looks like he could throw a ballista with one hand. His strength score is 10. Okay, let me indulge myself for a moment, and I fully confess this is the pettiest complaint anyone has ever had about a game ever. But in Baldur's Gate 2, companion stats reflect their characterization. If a character is intelligent, they have a high intelligence. If a character is built like a tank, they have a high strength. BG3 completely abandons this. Halsin's strength isn't the only point of failure. This man is a scholar. He's a highly intelligent character who's both well-read and well-traveled, so why the fuck does he have an intelligence score on par with Minsk? Now, I know why. Larian just gave these characters the class default stats based on the point-buy system and a stat cap of 75. In Baldur's Gate 2, characters could have a stat total anywhere from 75 to 108, and companions have unequal stat caps. Jaheira, for example, has a base stat total of 88. Imoen has a base stat total of 87. Minsk has a stat total of 71. Ares is 82. Viconia's is 85. Animan's is 79. Their stats are unequal because their stats have to match their personalities and characterizations. Some companions have stats that are actually terrible for their class, and in some cases, illegal. Animan is a fighter dual class to cleric with a wisdom score of 12. A fighter can't duel to cleric with a wisdom that low. You might think this makes Animan terrible, but no, he's actually one of the best companions in the game. His illegal wisdom score reflects his characterization, because he's actually a pompous dick who is completely full of himself and about as wise as a beef sandwich. He's like the parody of the knight in shining armor. He's a squire aspiring to be a knight and swaggering about like he's the real main character. His story involves trying to join a paladin order, and how you direct his quest determines if he passes or fails. If he passes, he becomes 1,000 times worse. It's like having Tyrellian in the party. If he fails, he becomes loaded with sour grapes and just the most bitter asshole in the entire game. He sounds terrible, and he is. He's terrible, which means he's terrible, which means he's amazing. If you played any version of D&D worth playing, you have had this guy in your party. So having his stats reflect that kind of character, the character he is, works out wonderfully, because you recruit him in the Copper Coronet, hear his recited declaration to vanquish evil and deliver righteousness, to all the land. And yes, he does in fact talk like this. Check his character page and go, ah, I see what kind of person we're dealing with. I'm ready to act. Yeah, it's petty and small and not that important, but I think it speaks to the difference in design perspective that BioWare is willing to let a character have crap stats that reflect their personality, while Larian just shoves the default stats onto them and calls it a day. It feels more and more like these characters are builds and not characters. Anyway, the last bit about Halcyon is that he became infamous overnight due to the fact that if you're in a romantic relationship with him, you can fuck him while he's in bear form, making this the first game to indulge in bestiality, which made some people have a conniption. Now, I have only two things to say about this. This was clear. One, this was clearly a joke. Like, whether you think Larian is pushing boundaries in a positive or negative way, they're clearly not. Like, they're clearly not. They pan away to a squirrel dropping his nut out of sheer horror and fleeing. Two, this is not the worst thing Baldur's Gate players have tried to fuck. I mean, the Emperor is right there, and if we go back to Baldur's Gate 2 mods, holy hell, it gets weird over there. Ask me to tell you about Seralith sometime. She's like Shadowheart, but with a twist. And in terms of base game romance, there's your stepmom in the midst of grief. BG2 was a fun game, I promise.
Hey, how you doing? Well, I'm doing just fine. I lied, I'm dying inside.
Oh, fuck me, here we go. So Jaheira is a returning character from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and is arguably one of the most popular and beloved characters, second only to Viconia and Imoen. She's been recast because Heidi Shannon hasn't been seen by mortal eyes in the last 20 years, and out of all the recasts, she is the only one that actually makes a lick of sense. Gameplay-wise, Jaheira was actually the most difficult to wrap my head around. In the original Baldur's Gate, she was a fighter druid multiclass. Multiclassing in the old games meant gaining XP for both classes and leveling them up individually. Any XP Jaheira would gain will be split in half between her two classes. Now, in the original game, Jaheira was the best tank in the game. Early in the game, her high constitution and dexterity, combined with her ability to wear heavy armor, meant she was ideal for tanking. Late game, she has druid HLAs that could gain access to earth elemental transformation, giving her extreme resistance to physical damage. By stacking magical resistance items on her, you had a character that was physically large and durable enough to hold the attention of enemies. As a druid, she also had access to some of the most powerful spells in the game, including spells that made mages into sitting ducks that we talked about in the Halcyon segment. However, all of that has gone away in Baldur's Gate 3. First of all, her stats, except for her wisdom, have been nerfed across the board, and she's lost her fighter class. Actually, I think I have a visual aid for that. Where is... Oh yeah, here we go. So, in the move from BG2 to BG3, she lost 5 strength, 3 dex, 3 con, 2 intelligence, she gained 3 wisdom, and she lost 3 charisma. Why is she illiterate now? I don't know. I genuinely don't. I don't know why so many characters who are very intelligent scholars have an intelligence score of 8. Like, actually, let me show you something. This is the character sheet for Ari, you know, my Gorian's ward. She has an intelligence score of 7. But the thing is, like, you might wonder, okay, what the fuck is going on here? Because elves can't have an intelligence lower than 8. Well, Ari is characterized as somebody who is technically mentally disabled. She has extreme levels of brain fog. She struggles a lot with a lot of things. So she has an intelligence of 7. Yeah, it makes sense for Ari. 8? Oh my fucking god. Like, for fuck's sake, like, there needs to be a mod that just increases their stats to make sense for their fucking characters. Oh yeah, and when she gets turned into a cat, it goes down to 3. Brief sidebar, it's like, so here are traits. Brain fog, -12 to perception, 10% chance to fail any task that requires literacy. Listless, becomes fatigued if party leader, becomes energized if Imowen is party leader. Oblivious, immune to persuasion, seduction, and intimidation attempts. All brawn, no brain. Intelligence penalty increases critical threat. Naive, deception will always succeed against Ariana. Ignorance is bliss. +1 to hit, damage, and AC for every day that passes without making an intelligence check. Resets after making a check. And then, when she gets turned into a cat, Zoomies, 5% chance to get every round or turn to gain improved haste. Kitty can scratch, 50% damage bonus to unarmed and slashing damage. Pack bond, cannot be in the party without Imowen. Bestial intelligence, considered an animal for the purpose of interactions. Aloof, incapable of any action that requires concentration. This is my favorite. Unstoppable force. When any dynamic object is in range, Ariana will automatically shove it regardless of the consequences. Poor Jaheira. Part of why she lost her fighter class is because in 5th edition, multi-classing is bad. All the companions are refreshed to level 1 when you get them, and Jaheira has Druid as her only class. You can give her back her fighter levels, but trying to give her the same role and toolkit is almost impossible, because multi-classing kinda sucks. I don't like how stats don't line up with their characters. Thank you! Finally, someone agrees with me! I would love to see a DM enforce the idea of, like, stats having to match the characters. Like, you can't make a warlock who is, like, a well-read scholar and give them an intelligence of 8. I would hella love to do that. Good. The druids are a weird class. In previous editions of D&D, they could divide themselves between shapeshifting and their druid spells. A fighter druid like Jaheira almost never shapeshifted, and in the original Baldur's Gate, unless you were specifically a shapeshifter, it wasn't worth it to shapeshift at all. 5th edition druids are all about shapeshifting. They have a dedicated resource for it and everything. Even Jaheira shapeshifts into a cat. It's for this reason that I never actually used Halsin or Jaheira all that much because, and as such, can't comment on how they actually play in gameplay, because shapeshifting as a power is actually kinda lame. I tried playing Jaheira as a tank like she was meant to be, and when that didn't work, I put her back in the camp and never brought her out unless it was her quest. Character-wise, Jaheira is a wreck. In Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Jaheira is an intelligent, cautious, confident character who is very knowledgeable and experienced, and after throwing a ball, she's practically a god. Jaheira in Baldur's Gate 3 is paranoid, weak, is losing every single battle she gets into, is the exact opposite of her character. It is such a wild and twisted 180, and Jaheira is such a core character that I question if they ever played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 at all during the 6-year development. This is the case as early as Last Light Inn. Jaheira, a practically godlike druid, traps the player character in entangling roots, but the player character just rips them off regardless. I do that at my tables when I'm DM. The stats have to match the character's backstory or else I say no, try again. You know what would be interesting? You take their character sheet, you have them explain and define their character in as much detail as possible, and then you just write in the stats that are associated with that character. And then you go check back and here you go. And it's like, but I'm a cleric. Why is my wisdom so low? Because you define this character as impulsive and hot-headed. That is the opposite of wise. This is the case as early as Last Light In. Jaheira, a practically godlike druid, traps the player character in entangling roots, but the player character just rips them off regardless of what class she is or what her strength score is, because you're the main character of this shonen anime and Jaheira's power level is nowhere near yours. You can even just drink truth serum and resist it anyway. Everything about Jaheira's character shows her as a complete bumbling idiot. In an interview with Game Informer, Sven Vink apparently said he spoke to the head of WotC and said regarding a new Baldur's Gate game, "I'm the perfect guy to make it." Now, he wasn't. It's clear after playing Baldur's Gate 3 that Vink has no love for the series, and at worst holds it in outright contempt. And at best it's just been a useful marketing tool. The fact that BG3 is turn-based is the big glaring sign there. That's not something you would do if you felt you were the perfect person to make Baldur's Gate. This isn't the first time Vink has lied about loving old-school CRPGs in order to sell people something. Divinity Original Sin's Kickstarter was cobbled together after Pillars of Eternity and Shadowrun Returns Kickstarters both did gangbusters. And beyond that, I think having a basic grasp of Jaheira's character should be the bare minimum if you're going to claim you're the best person to make a sequel to Baldur's Gate 2. And seeing what they did with Jaheira, it's clear they fucking don't. The problem is that Jaheira comes from a time where RPG characters are very grounded. As a character, Jaheira isn't particularly larger than life. Her relevance to the story is in having been Gorian's friend, and she's doing Gorian a favor by shepherding his dumbass kids around after his death. It cost her almost everything: her husband, her membership in the Harpers, her sense of balance. Jaheira's normal epilogue is one of the most melancholy and heartbreaking, and asks a sincere question of what you do after saving the world. Even her ultimate fate is ambiguous, little more than legend. She never returns to the Sword Coast or Tethir ever again. She's a leader, but also a maternal figure to the ward and Imoen, offering them guidance even in the face of her own grief. She's gone through some of the worst pain imaginable, but gotta suck it in and keep going because Imoen needs your help, and nature knows you're not losing anyone else to that madman. Jaheira isn't as huge of personality as the rest of the cast in BG3. Jaheira would be seen as almost quaint compared to a level 1 mage whose backstory is that Jaheira would be seen as almost quaint compared to a level 1 mage whose backstory is that Mystra touched him deep when he was just a wee little altar boy, or a level 1 rogue vampire who's been bug chasing for 200 years. A lot of people think Jaheira is the one returning character they dig justice, but I disagree emphatically. Minsk. Okay, so Minsk is here, and that's about it. Minsk is here. Minsk is here. He's probably one of the most... Minsk is probably one of the most overrated characters in the Baldur's Gate series. He's remembered largely because of the funny meme of him talking to his hamster. About the only thing about Minsk that was enjoyable long-term is Jim Cummings' fantastic voice acting, because Jim Cummings is the GOAT. So at least BG3 has that going for... He was recast with Matt Mercer. He was recast by Matt Mercer. Okay. Why? Out of all the decisions Larian made in developing this game, this is the one I can't really wrap my head around. Like, Jaheira, I get. Her voice actress was apparently sent to the Shadow Realm, but why did you recast the other three? Jim Cummings, Gray Griffin, and Kevin Michael Richardson are still in the industry and still doing things. There wasn't a reason to recast them, yet Larian did it anyway, and I just don't get it. It's such a confusing and odd decision. What are you going to do next, Larian? Bring back old lady Imoen and recast her with Wendy Malick? Actually, that'd be pretty cool. You're coming with me. I need an extra pair of eyes looking out for pickpockets, and an extra pair of hands in case I want a pickpocket. I know it's a weird thing to get stuck on, but it's such a confusing decision. And why Matt Mercer of all people? I'm starting to see this guy pop up everywhere. He's like 2020's Nolan North. What about his usefulness in gameplay, CD? Oh, I don't know. I never had him in the party. I did the quest that recruited him and then never talked to him again. I didn't like Minsk in the original games, and here he is just leaning on memes to get by as a character. And there we go. That's all the companions. I did have a thing for Dark Urge. You get it? But I ended up not writing anything for Dark Urge. Now that all of these are in their own section, I can actually remove the companion section from the from my notes, which is in fact most of the notes. Larian couldn't blackmail them into reading those lines. Oh, that's good. I will end up talking kind of about how the game handles the ball shit in a different section, though, mostly in the main story section. The problem, of course, is, like, talking about the main story is a little odd because it's so weirdly broken up into different sections. There's the absolute shit, there's the ball shit, there's the fucking Shadow Curse shit, there's the goblin shit, I don't... Huh. Oh, I'm thinking more clearly all of a sudden. No, you were so cute. Maybe if I practice some magic. If I practice some magic, maybe I can find a way to replicate the spell. We are not doing that to her again. Maybe they made the older characters less strong to make the newer ones look better by comparison. Happens all the time. Yeah, they did. Oh, you guys want to see the sheet for my BG3 character? I'm going to show you anyway. Serena Tabani, female half-elf sorcerer. 13, 7, 7, 19, 14, 17. Traits, Divine Ancestry. Can cast Finger of Death, Power Word Kill, and Regeneration. +3 to caster level. Learn spells 2 levels early. Berserker's Progeny. Can use Berserk, granting the effects of improved alacrity for 5 turns/rounds. Recessive Genes. Dexterity and Constitution capped at a maximum of 7. Hobbled. Movement speed reduced by 50%. Takes 2d6 damage from knockback effects and strength checks. Sickly. -10 to Constitution saving throws and disease effects are doubled. Chronic Pain. -3 to all dialogue checks. He got screwed over on the gene lottery. I mean, when your mother is Ariana, she's bound to be something's bound to be wrong with you. She just like me for real. And then she had to do all that nonsense at BG3. No wonder she wanted all she wanted to do after that is sleep. Oh, we did this for Valentine's Day. This is so cute. I'm glad you think so. See, it's like all the different kinds of love. There's romantic love, there's familial love, and there's platonic love. A delight to behold. Yep. Love to see them all in harmony. They did good. She did. And then we did this one for International Hug Your Cat Day. Look how content Ari is. This is perfection. Head empty, just happy vibes. Be kitty. Or is it perfection? Okay, I'll see myself out. Yes, please see yourself out. Okay. Okay, so 80 kilobytes on the companions, and the notes has been dropped down to a much more reasonable 72. Okay, I'm gonna take all of these and move them into a new folder, just titled BG3. All right, what have I got left? What have I got left? Really? The Divinity people. Larian Studios is a bit of an odd company, known for always skirting the line of bankruptcy by making RPGs that people manage to stick with just long enough to get past the refund limit, or eventually deciding they're kind of crap and stopping. As developers, they've been riding other developers' coattails for 30 years, putting out lackluster action RPGs, until the early 2010s during the Kickstarter boom. Just like Obsidian with Pillars of Eternity, Larian got Divinity Original Sin kickstarted by whispering the words Infinity Engine into the ears of 1,000 old-school PC gamers. Its sequel series, its sequel, released 3 years later, played very similar to the Temple of Elemental Evil, but with one rather notable exception. It pioneered the concept of geo effects, which is to say Larian's approach to encounter design is to drop oil on the floor, light it on fire, and that's it. That's the game. Players new to these concepts, found these games far too difficult to stick with, and players who mastered it to get to the very end of the game promptly said, that was fucking horrible, have better combat next time. Then in Divinity Original Sin 2, they didn't. Now, to the fan base for Baldur's Gate, a third-party entry into the series was always something that they say is a bad idea. I guess it was an attempt to make Oh, yeah, here's something fun. Have you ever wondered why you don't hear a lot about the non-Infinity Engine Baldur's Gate games? Because, like, there are others. There's Planescape Torment and Icewind Dale, but you never hear much about them. And this is why. These are the sales, by the way. So Baldur's Gate 2 sold 2.8 million. Baldur's Gate 1 sold 2.8 million copies. Baldur's Gate 2 sold 2 million copies, and Throne of Ball sold about 750,000 copies. Planescape Torment barely broke 500k. Icewind Dale barely broke even, and Icewind Dale 2 did not break even. They were also console games, I think. Yeah, but they weren't Infinity Engine games, so we don't count them. They also just weren't CRPGs. Oh, here's another part. I don't know where I'm going to be able to... Yeah, like, there is a gulf between Baldur's Gate and everything else. Like, the thing is, though, like, for Icewind Dale, this was considered very successful. That's the kicker. This was considered to be very successful. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were unbelievably successful for their time. Like, it was absurd how much they sold. They have always been, and will always be, an outlier in CRPGs. There's also another part. I don't know where I'm going to be able to work this in, but here's the Slayer in Baldur's Gate 3. But funnily enough, this is not the Slayer in Baldur's Gate 2. This is the Ravager. And the Ravager is actually based off the Pit Fiend. This is a more powerful version of the Slayer, but it's also, like, completely fucking useless. It serves as a boss. This is what the Slayer actually looks like. It is a man-sized carnage creature. Ew, that's an ugly boy. Hear me out. Hell, here's the 3 Ballspawn siblings as Slayers, although somebody really didn't do Imoen justice. These things are creepy little demons. Although that's not even the best part, because you might think, okay, well, they changed it, so this is just what the Slayer canonically looks like now. No. Do you want to know what the Slayer looks like canonically? It looks like this. And Divinity Original Sin 2, they didn't. Black Isle would repeatedly try to make the Baldur's Gate magic strike again after BioWare went on to make Neverwinter Nights and KOTOR, but ultimately never managed to make it work because their design philosophy was always niche. Even attempts to revive Baldur's Gate's style would end up falling flat because ultimately no dev could ever get it right the way old school BioWare could. They didn't. Going to be a problem. This was always going to be a problem. Black Isle would, it's like, out of all the efforts to revive the style of RPG that Baldur's Gate had pioneered, Siege of Dragonspear was perhaps the closest anyone ever got, made by a combination of ex-BioWare devs and people who love the original games. Beamdog clearly loved Baldur's Gate more than they loved D&D itself. The characters, the story, the gameplay, that was what mattered to them. The rule set was a means to an end. And that's ultimately where Baldur's Gate 3 hits its first snag, because Larian is the opposite. In making Baldur's Gate 3, Larian was more concerned about emulating the tabletop experience rather than actually making a video game. While in other D20 RPGs, the D&D rule set is just a useful set of math that makes coding a game easier, for Larian, it's the entire game presentation. It has a big, drawn-out roll sequence for skill checks. It often makes a spectacle about checking for something while other games would merely show you the result. And it has a narrator whose sole function is to give you a fungal infection with the world's wettest voice. It was clear that Larian cared more about making a D&D game than making a Baldur's Gate game. Game than making a Baldur's Gate game. What time is it? 1:55. I need to have lunch. Larian cared more about making. Soul designed to give you a fungal infection with the world's wettest voice. I wonder if I have that. Oh, I do have season 8. 8th episode. Okay. It's not just unpleasant, but also another excuse to not have your character have any voice lines. Yeah, like, the narrator was a serious fucking... Oh my god. Like, I could not play this game with headphones on, which meant I couldn't play it, I couldn't record it when McKay was sleeping, because I straight up could not have that woman's voice in my fucking... Like, imagine if I got up real fucking close to the mic and just talked with the most loud enunciation possible. Like, it's disgusting. It's genuinely fucking disgusting. Please stop. Yeah, you guys don't like it. It is one of the most gross fucking things I have ever had in a video game. It's like someone's chewing in my fucking ear. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why is there not a setting to turn this bitch off? It's a good thing you guys can't hear this. Okay, let's see. Audio device. Let's turn. There we go.
Okay, Barney, I'm going to work now, but I'm going to leave NPR on for you.
Calm night is a mercy, yet your eyes refuse to stay closed. Every time they flicker shut, the tadpole seems to twitch behind them.
Won't you please do your part to help?
Jesus. Yeah. That poor dog is us. I feel you, poor doggo. Like, genuinely, no hyperbole. This is the most disgusting thing I've disgusting thing I've ever seen put into a game. Every time the narrator speaks, it feels like someone's lips are smacking in my fucking ear. Fuck whoever gave the Amelia Tyler her voice direction. Fuck whichever audio director told Amelia. Is that who it was? Or am I confusing with someone else? Yeah, no, Amelia Tyler. Amelia Tyler to deep throat the microphone. The mic. I'm going to find you. I will find you. I will find you. And I will make you listen. I will find you. I will find you. And I will kill you. I will find you. I will kill you. It was clear Larian cared more about making a D&D game than making a Baldur's Gate game. And, you know, that might... And if you've never played... What the difference... You may be wondering what the difference... Was a narrator even fucking necessary? Well, you see, the narrator is actually very important because it feels like a DM reading out descriptions to you. That's it. That's the only reason. Now, I don't know. Now, Zane, you've DM'd 5th edition, so I don't know if this is a culture thing. But is it often a common thing to just get really close up to someone as you're narrating to them? Don't act like I know the answer's no, but. Lol. No. Lol. God. More about you may be wondering what the difference is, but it's a subtle difference. It's a subtle difference, but an important one. The problem this creates for me as a critic, is that any complaint I give of this game can be easily countered with, well, that's how it works in 5e. But as someone who did play a lot of old school D&D when she was a kid, I have a perfectly good response to that. 5th edition sucks, and it's Thacko. 5th edition sucks, and the only people who like it are bozos who had a tantrum over Thacko being confusing. Confusing. Like, that. 5th edition sucks, and the only people who like it are bozos who had a tantrum over Thacko being confusing. Actually, shit, hang on. BG 1 and 2 did have a narrator.
You do not dream often, but tonight the visions are vivid indeed. Long have you walked, but now you find yourself back amidst the stones of Candlekeep. Your former home looms before you, but the gate is closed and barred. Over the walls there is a candle in your old room, but as the light goes out, the brick surrounding the window closes together. The very walls conspire to keep you at bay. A familiar voice startles you. Though it is calm and caring, you cannot go back this way, child. You must go on. Gorion forms before you. Though his image should be comforting, it seems but a shade of his living self. He is dead in your dreams, as in life. The phantom of your foster father gestures toward the blackness of the wood, as though it should be inviting. Perhaps it is, in a way, but the traveling will be hard. As you think this, a smooth and obvious path becomes clear out of the corner of your eye. It seems meant for you, pulls at your very being, and promises to quickly lead you away from the life you once led. Perhaps this would be for the best, but it is a bit too convenient for your liking. You do not wish to dwell upon the loss you have endured, but neither should it be forgotten. Gorion smiles and fades away. The pull becomes a push, but you turn away, steadfast in your new direction. The way is not quite as clear, but it is sure to be interesting nonetheless. A whisper follows as you stride away, something vestigial and sinister that you recognize, but yet have never heard. You will learn. You don't look back.
The narrator for BG1 is Kevin Michael Richardson. The narrator for BG2 is Brian Bowles. Let's see if I can find it. I have to just open it.
Down and
here we go.
certain.
Here we go.
The deal is made, and you have a goal, albeit a distant one. Your new friend has assured you that passage to Imoen can be bought, though you are certain the final tally will include much more than gold. Any help is welcome, however, and while the cost may be steep, your path is clear. Finding Imoen will lead to Irenicus, and to answers long overdue.
He sounds almost like Xemnas, and now I'm picturing Xemnas trying to run a D&D game. I think you mean the first one. Oh, actually, shit, hang on. Have any of you heard Irenicus's voice acting? Wait a second.
You dare to attack me here. Do you even know whom you face? You will suffer. You will all suffer. So, godchild, you have escaped. You are more resourceful than I had thought.
You're not going to torture us any longer.
Torture? Silly girl, you just don't understand what I'm doing to you.
I don't care what you're doing. Let us go.
I won't let you leave, not when I'm so close to unlocking your power.
We don't want anything from you.
Enough. I will no longer listen to the babbling of ignorant children.
This is an unsanctioned use of magical energy.
All involved will be held. This disturbance is over.
Must I be interrupted at every turn? Enough of this.
This mage's power is immense. We must overcome him quickly.
Enough. I haven't the time for this.
You will cease your spell casting and come with us.
Your pathetic magics are useless. Let this end.
Even if we fall, our numbers are many. You will be overwhelmed.
You bore me, mageling. You may take me in, but you will take the girl as well.
What? No. I've done nothing wrong.
You have been involved in illegal use of magic. You will come with us.
I'm not going with him. I'm not. Help me, please.
You...
Amy, like, God, David, like, nobody beats David Warner in voice when it comes to villainous voice acting. Oh, the fear in her voice. Oh, yeah. Oh, like, there have been, like, multiple, like someone did a sort of comic-style animatic of this, and it's so good. See if I can find it. Ah, God, where's the version of it? Trying to find it, but Flash support is unfortunately ended. Ooh, I can download the SWF file. What's this? Oh, media info. Fuck. Let's see. All right, 1 second. Ah, Ruffle. Windows executable. Perfect. How far is the script writing going? It's going okay. Hey, there we go. All right. I got it working.
You dare to attack me here. Do you even know whom you face? You will suffer. You will all suffer. So, godchild, you have escaped. You are more resourceful than I had thought.
You're not going to torture us any longer.
Torture? Silly girl, you just don't understand what I'm doing, do you?
I don't care what you're doing. Let us go.
I won't let you leave, not when I'm so close to unlocking your power.
We don't want anything from you.
And now, I will no longer listen to the babbling of ignorant children.
This is an unsanctioned use of magical energy. All involved will be held. This disturbance is over.
Must I be interrupted at every turn? Enough of this.
This major's power is immense. We must overcome him quickly.
Enough. I haven't the time for this.
You will cease your spell casting and come with us.
Your pathetic magics are useless. Let this end.
Even if we fall, our numbers are many. You will be overwhelmed.
You bore me, mageling. You may take me in, but you will take the girl as well.
What? No. I've done nothing wrong.
You have been involved in illegal use of magic. You will come with us.
Not going with him. I'm not. Help me.
That's look God. She reaches for Garion's ward. Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate that.
Please.
Oh God! Every version of this, and like people adapt this thing so many goddamn times. Every version is fucking good. And it's always so heartbreaking. I need to take a stab at a comic like this. Oh yeah, fucking great. Oh God, Emmy. Oh God, why does Emmy always ruin me emotionally? Ari must be losing. Oh yeah, Ari would be panicking like crazy. Like, okay, spoilers, I guess, but when BG Funnies actually gets there, the comic where Imoen gets taken is actually going to be, like, really sad, because you're gonna see it's like, I'm not going with him, I'm not, help me, and Ari's gonna, like, be charging for the cowled wizard with, like, both fucking swords raised, and just slash at his neck, just as he vanishes, lose her balance, and fall over. The problem this creates for me as a critic is that any complaint I give of this game can easily be countered with, well, that's how it works in 5e. But as someone who did play a lot of old school D&D when she was a kid, I have a perfectly good response to that. 5th edition sucks, and the only people who like it are bozos who had a tantrum over Thaco being confusing. He's a good and compassionate person who doesn't deserve any of this shit. Oh. God, like, Imoen had such an influence on the kind of characters I like. In the Appreciation Nation. Honestly, like, looking back, I think Imoen influenced my taste in women as well. He breaks my heart every time. He's the best. People who... 5th edition is fucking dog water. 5th edition is fucking dog water, and so any criticism of BG3 can be safely translated as a criticism of 5th edition. I mean BG2 took the AD&D rule set and basically rewrote it to suit a video game. So I have no idea why Larian didn't take the same. I had to do a replay of Siege of Dragonsphere with the Immy Forever mod. Oh yeah, I love her in the Immo and Forever mod. Oh no. And she's really insightful too. Like, she's really flexing that 17 intellect. AD&D rule set and rewrote it to suit a video game, so I have no idea why Larian didn't take the same approach. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So this was good for, like, getting the script organized. Like I said, a lot of the script is already written. I just need to figure out how to... I'd say that about 2/3 of the script is done. It just needs to be organized and formatted. See, like, now I'm distracted thinking about Imoen. what you mean so well. But I am not a vessel for your good intent. I will only break your pretty things. I will only wring you dry of everything. Yeah. There we go. It's like ball spawn. It is pointless. No matter what I do, I just want to kill. The urge is always with me. It is my nature. I cannot deny it. I will forever struggle with the desire to maim and slaughter. No child of ball can resist. Ball spawn 100 years prior. Wow, I sure do love protecting the innocent and liberating the oppressed. No thoughts, just what Ari's life motto, I guess. The duality of ball spawn. He is actual sunshine. Sorry. Sorry, I got distracted. I was thinking about Imoen again. Ball spawn have gotten weaker over the years. Oh, yeah. The first time McKay drew Imoen for me, I was just like, oh. Oh, I might cry. Aw. Here. Ah, God, I gotta stop getting up. I stopped getting distracted by Emmy. Ugh. Okay, there we go. So, I'm going to get some lunch, and then I'm going to work on the timber script. Are you going to stream that too, or it'll be off stream? Oh, yeah, no, I'll be working on the timber script on stream. But I am going to be taking a break to go get food. Okay, I'm back, and I gotta double check the mic. Hey, cool. I'm manning all your stupid dreams about the girl I could have been, my dear. When the night burn with feelings I cannot return, my dear. Oh, my dear. Okay, so. Welcome back, CD. Thanks. Half the fucking stream audience just fucking dipped, but okay. So, one thing that I'm probably going to be able to do a lot sooner than I realized is video on Timber, on Night with Timber. It's a new Nami game, which, yes, I am going to do videos on every new Nami game that comes out. That's how much I love her games. And oh boy, this was something. A little backstory on Timber. Lonely Wolf treat bad and players can take chapters 1, 3, and 6 that involve the characters crossing paths with the game's villainous characters. Timber, Momxi, and Senbei. Ow. Hurt myself. He used to belong to until Tree's parents took her in a buff. One of the Glaze will sincere, as it's the wolf who that butterscotch turns pink. Glaze has a reputation for hunting. Timber denies this and claims his pack actually scavenges, which means to feast off the corpses that the mountain claims. But it's made abundantly clear through this route that Timber is actually killing rabbits and leaving the corpses for his pack to find. Chapter 1's bad ending concludes with Juju about to kill Treat, Timber killing Juju in retaliation, and then gaslighting Treat into thinking she did it. Given that the game is about the way in which rabbits are wrong to be so hateful towards wolves, it's a pretty grim ending for poor Treat. Now, let's put the Night with Timber music back on. Not that one.
In the
There we go. Very jazzy, isn't it? Such a good composer among many things. Oh, yeah. Denies this and claims his, One sec, I need a work from home, so like I usually work in, especially. Kayla works at a call center, and she might be able to actually do remote work soon. So she'll be able to work from home, so I can make her lunch in the middle of the day, like a good housewife. Timber became very well liked by the fandom for the same reason a character like Astarion or Andrew would be well liked, only I'd argue Timber is better written than both. So it was only inevitable that Timber would get his own game, and thus Night with Timber was made. Let me just say, following the development of this game has been a treat. It was developed in 2 months and is longer than Return to Ash. Nami started working on it and then went absolutely feral on it, working almost non-stop. Poor Syrup, her game had to take a backseat after a big announcement and everything. She'd actually done this before, locking in on Syrup 2, and before then locking in on Starry Flowers 2. Presumably she locks onto a project for a short time, gets as much work done as possible, and then shifts attention to another, cycling back and forth until one of them actually gets finished. As someone with terrible ADHD, I respect and admire that. Night with Timber is an 18+ game whose itch.io page bills the game as the game where Timber fucks you, and then you scroll down at police brutality, sexually charged torture, genocide? What the hell happened here? There's a stark contrast between the courteousness of a game developer and how dark their game actually is. If a dark game goes, man, this is so dark, it's not for the normies or the Puritans or the moral guardians, you know you're in for the video game equivalent of a 13-year-old making their first dead baby joke. When a developer lists out every topic and goes, hey, this game gets pretty uncomfortable, please take care of yourself, you know you're in for a world of pain and suffering. You choose your character's name. Starting at the game, you choose your character's name. Scenario with them. If you try to name yourself after an existing character, the game yells at you. I tried Periwinkle because who else would be down to fuck Timber? And the game yelled at me to stop this. Oh, I'm not kidding either. Like, it does actually do that. This is so funny. Don't be one of those people. This is the best part. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and then, hey, now that's not allowed. Oh, but a character creator just says no, and why? Oh, hang on. That guy. Not all of these are actually in the game. May have fucked the script a little bit. I've been doing this a little more, doing gaslight edits in videos. Serpentine Street, hi. Hi, Serpentine Street! Choose the race and play out a scenario with them. If you try to name yourself after an existing character, the game yells at you. How many of those were in the game properly? Syrups, butterscotches, Pastille and Periwinkle, Treat, Mochi, Moxie, and Trick, and Toffee were all unedited. Gumdrops was edited. It originally just said play CR2 instead. Tundra, Phoenix, Eleni, Cassia, those were edited. It originally just said that name is taken. Thyme, Spice, Orchid, and Lilium, that's in the game regularly. You also can't name your character Plum or Twigs. I tried Periwinkle because who else would be down to fuck Timber, and the game yelled at me to stop this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Given everything else in this game, I didn't think a little twink roughhousing was off limits. Although the script for that is extremely easy to edit, become ungovernable. Become ungovernable. Rabbit route. The first run through, you're playing as a rabbit. Shockingly, Timber isn't interested in fucking you, though you could say this is the route where he eats your ass. Every rabbit route ends with the rabbit in question, whose name defaults to Tofu, dying a horrible death and becoming lunch for Timber's pack. All right, let's see. Been running for about a while. A brisk walk at first, but eventually a near sprint. Something is following you. Your throat burns with each panting breath. You stumble and fall. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The wolf is standing over you. What do we have here? You're a rabbit, a human, a witch, a wolf, his captor, the Black Rabbit. Twitches reflexively, poking itself out from beneath your parka's fluffy hood. The wolf's grin widens. A little lost rabbit. Everyone warned you about wolves, about winding up alone with them. You're clearly about to be killed and eaten. Adrenaline spurs you into action, and you scramble away, dragging your backpack behind you by one of the straps. Instead of giving chase, the wolf laughs. Your desperation entertains him. Come on, I'm not gonna hurt you. Oh, that's more pixelated than usual. He shouts after you. You can barely hear it over the sound of your own pounding heartbeat. Your legs carry you deeper into the woods on a path that slopes slightly downward. The snow crunches loudly beneath your feet. Anywhere you go will leave a trail. He'll find you. How long can you keep running? You need to find somewhere to hide. You scan your surroundings for the tallest tree you can find. Wolves climb? Can't, right? Even if he does, you can fend him off from your higher position. Your backpack is full of things you can throw. You change direction, dashing toward a thick smattering of tall pines. You can't hear him chasing you. You have time. Rabbits are more of the burrowing type, but with human hands, you can do anything you set your mind to. You pick out a tree with thick and sturdy branches. You're short, but you can reach the lowest one if you jump. Your hand grips the first branch. It sways slightly under the sudden added weight. Oh, fuck. You You swing your legs and push off the tree trunk to walk yourself up it. Once you've hooked your boot on, you adjust yourself until you're lying on the branch sideways. You're climbing. You can do this. The weight of your backpack makes maneuvering a little annoying, but all your supplies are in there. If you're going to wait out the wolf, you'll need your sustenance. You make your way up the branches until you can climb no further. Take a moment to catch your breath. Crunch. It's small and distant, but you hear a footstep. Hugging the wood tightly, you look down. The wolf is gazing up at you. It's too dark to read his expression, but you can't mistake his silhouette. Hey! You dropped something. He calls up to you in a raised voice. You stare down at him, unsure whether to believe what he's saying. He digs his pocket for something and then holds it up for you to see. A small pink square. The small pink square is unmistakably yours. Your notebook. Want it back? You muster the courage to shout back at him. You tell him to leave it there. No can do. It'll get damaged sitting in the snow. You can hear the grin in his voice. He's trying to coax you down so he can eat you. You ask him why he was chasing you. Give this back, of course. What'd you think? This is too suspicious. You don't believe him, so you don't bother saying anything else. He sighs and begins circling the tree, treading slowly. Wolves like me have a bad rap, I know, but I'm just trying to do you a favor here. Listen, I could even escort you back home if you'd let me. You don't really want to spend the night in a tree, do you? You wish he'd just leave you alone. All right, I'll come wait for you to come to your senses. He practically mutters the last part. Wolf shoves your notebook back in his pocket and takes a seat against the tree. Your silent stalemate lasts for hours. The more time goes by, the more you convince yourself he can't possibly be this set on returning your notebook. You climb down, he will capture you, and your body will be devoured. You make yourself as comfortable as circumstances allow. You've never slept in a tree before, but you imagine it's possible. Should you sleep, though? Falling from this height would mean certain death, if not grave injury. And if you were to lose track of the wolf, you might climb down too quickly, only to be ambushed. You have no choice but to wait this out. You dig through your bag and pull out an energy bar. But unwrapping it is a challenge. You remove your gloves and set them aside. The wind is stronger up here than it was on the ground. It's chilling you to the bone. Your trembling hands finally cooperate enough to open the wrapper. The surprise of its sudden give causes you to fumble and drop it. Your precious source of calories falls, hitting a branch or two along the way before landing in the snow with a pathetic thud. Just within the wolf's reach, he leans over and takes it. Drop something again. He waves it while looking up at you. You'd hoped he'd fallen asleep down there, but he's apparently been wide awake this entire time. Were you offering this to me? Aw, you shouldn't have. You glared down at him while putting your gloves back on. You're hungry, but you'd rather not risk dropping anything else. What's in this? Chocolate? That's right. Dark chocolate, nuts, and raspberry. You've heard dogs will get sick if they eat chocolate. You tell him to go ahead and eat it if he wants. What else he got up there? I haven't had anything to eat today. He wants you to engage with him. Since he won't climb, he'll use his words to get you to come to him. Refuse to say anything else. You hear him sigh in annoyance, and then you hear the quiet crinkling of the snack's wrapper. He's eating it. Good, great. What a lucky turn of events, actually. Now all you have to do is wait for him to get sick from the chocolate, and you can make your escape. You hunker down in your position at the top of the tree. You could make it home if you just hang in there. It's a little longer. Dawn breaks. Your eyelids are heavy from the sleepless night spent on high alert. You look down toward the base of the tree. The wolf hasn't moved an inch. No, one of his arms is down. His palm is facing up and his head is tilted away. Sleep? Did the chocolate in your energy bar kill him? You're so tired of being stuck in this tree, you're not about to spend another day up here, so you resolve to begin your descent. The branch you're sitting on shakes as you struggle to get your backpack on. Its straps are stiff and coated in frost. Wolf still hasn't moved. It could be that he's just pretending to sleep. Once you get a little further down, you'll be able to know for sure. You try to climb as quietly as you can manage. This horrible night will finally come to an end. You'll hit the ground running, unimpeded by darkness this time. Daylight is here, and you'll be able to make it home. You promise yourself you'll never try camping here again. You could just make it down if you can just... Your foot slips. And suddenly, the tree's branches whir before your eyes. As the sun rises, you go plummeting to the ground. Your neck snaps on impact. Well, Timber got his food delivery. Hey, your floor dash is here. Oh god, I just thought of a worse one. Hey, your Vordash is here. CD, stop. Tofu's it. Name of tofu. Of your stuff. Hope you enjoy your morning. It's afternoon, actually. So yeah, the endings here we got Fell Down, Watery Grave, Wolf's Prey, Sayonara Sucker, New Light, One Night Stand, Absolute Zero, Honorary Wolf, and Twigs, Catch and Release, Obsession, and Cold Case. Just keep running. Oh, actually. You've always been taught that in times of danger, you should go underground. You need to find a cave to tuck yourself away in. You veer off toward a rocky cliff face and pray you find a cavern somewhere along its base. This would be more fun if I had McKay here. When the game is fully released, we are going to do a stream that's also going to be for, like, recording it, is that, and we're going to read out the whole thing. Until... serendipitously, a cave appears. You hope you aren't cornering yourself by taking a chance on this. There's no telling how deep this cavern goes. Cautious but hurried, you make your way into the darkness, hoping you can conceal yourself for long enough that the wolf will end his pursuit. Hello? The wolf's voice echoes off the icy walls. He's already here. Was he that close behind you? You hadn't heard him at all. He's calling out to you now. Which at least means he doesn't know where you are. His footsteps are approaching. And continue your descent. You're far enough that you can't see any moonlight reflected off the cavern walls. I wouldn't go too deep into here if I were you. He's coming. You hold your breath and feel around in the darkness for a smaller passage to slip yourself through. You should have ditched your backpack sooner. If you leave it here, he'll find it, but you can't keep going like this either. Finally, an opening. It's small, but you're sure you can fit through. You remove your backpack as quickly and quietly as possible. Just then, a bit of light catches your eye. You listening to me, Rabbit? I said you dropped your water bottle. Fancy metal one. It is yours, isn't it? You don't care. You need to get away. He's coming closer, and you need to get away. You change forms. As a rabbit, your body is more flexible and with stronger legs. Just a little farther, and then you'll be safely burrowed away where no wolves can reach you. You begin to squeeze your way through the freezing rocks. but you aren't moving fast enough. He's going to catch you. I'm telling you, it's dangerous. His bony hand grasps your foot. You kick in panic. You're free, but the feel of his claw lingers on your foot. You continue to squirm your way forward, your heart gripped by fear. Wolf growls something behind you, but you can't make it out due to the cave's strange acoustics. You can't see anything. Your paws are cold. What are you standing on? Ice? Crack. It's ice. That's why the floor is so smooth here. You're standing on... Nope, you're not standing on anything at all. The biting cold pierces your fur and freezing water pours down your throat and into your lungs. You flail helplessly in the darkness, no longer able to discern up from down. Soon your movements slow until you can no longer feel your limbs at all. You drown in that cave, in a place where no wolves can reach you. Got some good bunny soup. Well, they don't really, because, like, timber can't reach them in there. This one is especially horrifying. Dying in a cave is the worst possible way to die. Just keep running. No, hiding won't do any good. He can track you, remember? You need to outpace him. You need to get back to civilization. Wolves always stay far away from other people. It's because they can't kill openly from inside the crowd. You knew there were wolves lurking in the wilderness, but you came hiking out here anyway. What were you thinking, Tofu? You curse yourself to distract from the burning in your throat. Swallowing hard, you keep moving. The light of the full moon reflects off the snow, giving you just enough vision to take each step with confidence. You turn and run until you can no longer sense the wolf behind you. Exhausted, you slow to a jog. It's too dangerous to stop moving, but you can't keep up this pace forever. It's a good thing you aren't in bad shape. You can just make it back to that town, you'll be safe. You hear something rustling in the trees. Is it just the wind? You rear your stance straight up, completely alert. Your pace slows even further as you listen for signs of your pursuer. Where are you running off to? The wolf's voice suddenly cuts through the silence, startling you. You resume your sprint. Practically a hair's breadth away. How do he catch up to you so quickly? Come back. Drop something. It's a lie. He's trying to get you to stop running. Nothing you leave behind can be worth your life. But you've been running for so long now, your legs won't move as fast as you want them to. Trudging through the snow like this takes so much more energy than the sidewalks you're used to from your neighborhood jogs. Why couldn't you have stayed in Daifuku? Is the cost of living out here really worth it when you end up in situations like this? Your mind, desperate for escape, starts pointing at everyone and everything to blame. If only you hadn't been born a prey animal. If only you hadn't gone hiking. If only this wolf would leave you alone. Following you, but he hasn't caught up yet. That's when you realize. It isn't that he hasn't caught up yet. It's that he's matching your pace. He's toying with you. You're running for your life and it's only a game to him. You snap, screaming back at the wolf, demanding he go off and chase someone his own size. Like I said, just trying to give you back your lighter. He didn't say anything about that, unless, did you really drop it at some point? You look over your shoulder, doing your best to maintain momentum. In his hand is a small metal case. Its silver reflects in the moonlight. It really is your lighter. He wasn't lying about that. But you don't care about something like that. Lighters are replaceable. Your flesh and blood is not. You tell him he can keep it as long as he stops following you. Don't know where you're going, so that could be tough. We might be headed in the same direction and all. Where the hell does he think you're going? There's only one town in the area. You need to return to it so you'll be protected against predators like him. You staying in Frosting? You let it slip. He knows where to find you. What's that place like these days? Me and some of the rabbits there go way back. Oh, come on, Timber! You can't keep feeding him information like this. Continuing down your path, you seem to have ended up in rougher terrain. Instead of walking through open snowfields, you're weaving along cliff sides and large rock formations. And yet the wolf continues his relentless pursuit. That's the wrong way, you know. Frosting's south of here. He's trying to trick you. You trust his directions, they'll lead you straight into his maw. What are you running for, anyway? I'm trying to have a conversation. You have to keep... It's like... Hey, why are you running? I'm just trying to have a polite conversation at breakneck speeds. Eat you. If there was any question about it before, there isn't one now. Don't you fed up, you shout back at him that you're running because you'd rather not be cooked into a stew. Come on now, I wouldn't cook you into a stew. Your ears fold back, his tone makes you shiver. Say, what would you want to be cooked into, hypothetically speaking? I'm not gonna cook and eat you, but hypothetically speaking, what would you rather be cooked into, a stew or a quiche? You don't want to be cooked. In a burst of speed, you propel forward. You're not panicking. You're not panicking. You're not. When you realize what's in front of you, though, you slide to a desperate stop. You almost run yourself off a cliff. You struggle to regain your balance after the sudden change of momentum. The vertigo hits you next. You aren't good with heights, but the ground that looks so far below seems to be coming closer now. The wind feels like knives against your exposed skin, and you have all but 2 seconds to process the fact that your life is about to come to an end. As you fall, a sensation lingers on your back. A distinct impression of being pushed. here we go. Like, ends. Like, this is the same way Timber kills Boreas and Juju in Lonely Wolf Tree by engineering circumstances. Over a cliff. Cliff. Strangely enough, it's like about 90, nearly all 3 routes for the rabbit, 3 deaths for the rabbit are self-inflicted. Deaths for Tofu are self-inflicted. Nearly all 3 deaths for Tofu are self-inflicted. They're pure accidents, except for the last, and even that had the extenuating circumstance of having the same death as Juju. If Tofu hadn't run their way to that cliff, couldn't they have survived? Poor guy, he was probably one of the few who didn't deserve that. It's only in the bad ending, so it's not really canon. Nearly all 3 deaths for Tofu are self-inflicted. Climbs the tree and dies trying to get down. They dive into a cave and drown, and off the edge of a cliff. Is give a little push in the wrong direction. Push in the wrong direction. It leads to an interesting question. Like, Timber ends up killing the rabbits largely by exploiting their fear. Fear of wolves. It leads you to wonder what would happen if someone didn't. What would happen if someone didn't run from Timber? What would happen if someone didn't run? Dawn is broken, and your son has yet to return from his night out. You stand watch at the edge of glaze, as you usually do, waiting for his silhouette to emerge from the tree line. And finally, he does. It comes as a relief each time, but he always reliably returns home. He's carrying something on his back. Once he reaches you, he drops it unceremoniously and smiles. Hey, down. You were out all night. What were you doing? Scavenging. Look, fresh rabbit. Were you seen? Lug on this back here? Nah, of course. Should have left it for one of the others to find. But it's fresh, Mom. Hasn't even had a chance to freeze yet. Besides, I waited all night for this one. I want to prepare a feast for breakfast. Just don't get careless. Scavenging always carries some risk. Yeah, sure. Ain't my first choice either. Yeah, sure. It ain't my first choice either. Good boy. You ruffle your son's hair. He can't help but wag his tail a little, just like when he was small. This will keep us well fed for a while. I will help you skin it. You take over, beginning to drag the fresh meat by the scruff of its neck. Hey, I can at least carry it. You've had a long night. I'll handle the rest. Thanks, Mom. Breakfast in glaze that morning was exquisite. And you get the human or witch key. The witch, who incidentally I named Periwinkle, you can't stop me, when they encounter Timber, who gives them back their wallets. Then you can take shelter in a cave or head back to your tent, where 3 possible endings take. 1, you don't interact with Timber much and he robs you the next morning. 2, you can have dinner with Timber and come away with a better understanding of wolves and a deeper appreciation for other ways of life. 3, you can flirt like crazy with Timber out of the gate and fuck him, and then he robs you the next morning. There's something very funny about the way Timber robs a human or witch player in 2 endings. Cool king. Smells like a witch. Didn't even have to say it. Animal folks are sensitive to the scent of magic. That's probably how he found you. That's probably how he kept on your trail, despite all those diversion spells you cast to escape. Was he going to hurt you? Why was he chasing you? Why didn't you stay in your tent? And why did you think you could make it out here all alone? What's the matter? Scared of wolves? How could he ask you that? People have gone missing on this mountain. Rumor has it they were eaten by wolves. You don't want to end up as a wolf dinner. Weekly, you beg him not to eat you. Relax, I'm not even hungry. He's not hungry, then why was he chasing you? Indignant and exasperated, you demand an answer. You dropped something earlier. What? He reaches in his pocket and presents a star-shaped wooden keychain, your warming charm. Snatch it out of his hand and hold it close to your chest, relieved. Biting cold of the snow melts away as you channel your magic into the small object. You'd been searching for this. I'm Timber. You are? Eyeing him cautiously, you tell him your name. He's bothering to introduce himself. Maybe you won't be eaten at all. Perry, nice to meet you. How do I do this one? Studying magic, ask about his pack, new light. Okay. What's a witch like you doing this far into the mountains? You lost? Studying magic. You explain that this environment is uniquely suited to a few rare species of magical flora. You came here for field research. Research, huh? No wonder you look so underprepared. Squishy little academic braving the wilderness all on their own. He teases you with a smile. You'd be offended if you hadn't caught the underlying sentiment of concern. Well, it's dark out. We better get you back to your campsite, Perry. We? He's going to keep helping you? What's with that look? You think I'd just leave you out here by yourself? It's dangerous. Yes, very dangerous. A short time ago, you'd been running for your life. When you point this out to him, he laughs again. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. If you hadn't run off so fast, I'd have returned that thing sooner. You reattach your warming charm to your backpack, hoping this time the metal clasp will hold. How had it fallen off without you noticing? You still feel a little suspicious. Timber quietly escorts you back through the woods, looking over his shoulder every now and again to check that you haven't fallen too far behind. You imagine he must have pretty good night vision. You don't feel the need to cast a light spell with him leading the way. The ground is sloped slightly upward, but otherwise flat and even. You've hiked worse, but by now your legs feel like jelly. You hadn't had a chance to eat anything yet, and exhaustion is setting in fast because of it. Your trudging footsteps slow. After a moment, Timber takes notice. You okay back there? Calls out to you, his breath visible in the cold night air. You could use a quick break. You wave to him, hunched under the weight of your backpack. You don't get much exercise, do you? He's teasing you again. It's not your... Oh, hang on. I need to do something very quick. Witch or human? Human. The witch and human routes are basically the same. Basically the same, albeit with a few small differences. Differences for the witch. However, it's implied that the character regardless comes from the witch town at the bottom of the hill, at the bottom of the mountain. And there's only one actual human who lives in that town. The character, regardless, comes from the witch town at the bottom of the mountain. It's implied that every character except for the rabbit comes from the witch town at the bottom of the mountain, and there's only one actual human who lives in that town. And there's only one actual human who lives in that town. So, like, who is this bitch? Game needs an optional route where if you name your character Syrup, you get a short save where she just kicks Timber away and carries on hunting for ingredients. Alternate universe in which Pastille-styled gumdrop after the human forms wolves take. Sarah. Yeah, she's still cute as hell. Puppy. Anyway, the witch, who incidentally I named Periwinkle, witches aren't exactly known for their physical prowess. Perhaps lightly, back to where you stand. You're surprised at how quiet his movements are. Can't stay out too late. My pack gets nosy when I'm out on my own for too long. Pack? So he's with a group of other wolves. Makes sense, so. You hadn't really considered how a wolf like him could survive out here. Out of curiosity, you ask him about... Out of curiosity, you ask him about this. Out of curiosity. Out of curiosity, you ask him about the size of his pack. Asking a guy's pack size who you've only just met. I didn't expect that out of you, Perry. Your face flushes. That wasn't what you meant at all. Anyway, weren't you exhausted? Take a load off. He gestures to a nearby fallen log. The two of you take a seat, side by side, but a comfortable distance apart. You slip your gloves off and massage the back of your neck. You've definitely been overexerting yourself. Timber sits quietly. He rolls with it. Oh, like, you could fuck Timber as a human or a witch. Timber sits quietly next to you, gazing up at the moon. You've never seen a wolf up close. Photos and drawings, sure, but it's different meeting one in person. Could be the exhaustion or your eyes playing tricks on you, but in this light, he looks kinda soft and fluffy rather than ferocious. You remember his sharp teeth, how terrified you felt when he first stood over you. But here he is doing you a huge favor. He's even being patient and resting with you. I think he might be kinda nice. Awkward innuendo-laden comedy. Oh, trust me, asking about the size of his pack, that joke comes back again, but horribly. A couple minutes pass in silence. You start to worry that you were totally boring him. You feel inclined to make conversation. You ask him about... You're curious about the other wolves on the mountain. He dodged the question last time, but now you're prepared to phrase it better. My home's called Glaze. That's all I'll say about it. You press him. What's there to be so evasive about? He folds his arms and tilts his head to the side, thinking, better if less people know where to find us. Safer that way. Safer? Wolves? They used to kill us, you know. The mood shifts. There's a weight to his words that makes you afraid to press any further. But now, we get by on our own. Peaceful, so long as no one shows up to disturb us. You realize you must have been intruding on his pack's territory. You apologize for that. Nah, you're just passing through. Nothing to apologize for. Leans forward, then gets to his feet. Stands before you looking now with a big grin on his face. You should be all rested up now. Let's get moving. I don't think I'm that far into Seer 2, but I am noticing how good at wordplay now. Oh yeah, definitely. Hey, not so fast. Grabs the strap, your hands almost touching. This is what's wearing you out, right? I'll carry it for you. You agree, noting it's fine as long as it doesn't run off with it. You think I'd do that to you, Perry? I thought we were bonding. Timber heaves your belongings onto his back and then continues forward without complaint. You follow behind. Cold wind blows and you shiver from the sudden chill. That's right, your warming charm was attached to your backpack. When you're too far from it, the magic fades and it stops working. You want to ask to take it back, but you really don't want to slow Timber down more than you already have. He said he wanted to get home to his pack, didn't he? You bear with the cold for now. Your clothes are at least suited for the weather. And now you realize you still haven't had anything to eat. You really should have busted out the trail mix while you were resting. All this because you thought a wolf was going to eat you, the same wolf who volunteered to carry your heavy backpack. You feel pathetic, beyond pathetic. Maybe the cold is making you extra depressed. Timber calls back to you, interrupting your thoughts. A little off from the direction you came, but I know a place nearby you can take shelter. What do you think, Perry? Want to keep going or stop somewhere closer? Feel like he's testing you. Makes you want to prove to him you're strong and can endure anything. Okay, tough guy. You sure you can hold out? You already set up your tent before wandering off like an idiot. You'd honestly prefer to sleep in there than anywhere else. Timber continues on and you follow along with newfound resolve. Come to think of it, how does he know the way to your tent? Did you really leave such a clear trail? Animal folk do have sensitive noses, but seeing it in action is rather impressive. When you finally reach the campsite, you're surprised at how far you'd strayed from it. Your tent still stands, undisturbed, ready to protect you from the elements while you sleep soundly inside it tonight. But first, Timber slips your backpack off and sets it down in the snow beside your tent. Massages the back of his neck, same as you did earlier. How'd you run while lugging this thing around? My friggin' back hurts. It's your survival gear. You would have been in trouble if you'd lost your way without it. Still, it was really nice of him to help you carry it. You apologize for burdening him and thank him for escorting you back here. Yeah, no prob. You look somewhere off in the distance, considering something. Well, Perry, looks like you're set for the night. I'll get out of your hair. Right, you guess this is where you'd naturally be parting ways. can't really think of a good excuse, so you just tell him your honest feelings. You'll be lonely if he leaves now. I don't know, the other wolves are never gonna let me hear the end of it. There's something in his tone that tells you he wouldn't mind sticking around, though. Maybe you can bribe him. Food, that's right, you should eat now. Your eyes light up, you run over to open up your backpack. What are you so excited about? You pull out. What do we feed the poor guy? Beans. Okay. It isn't much, but you brought a big old can of beans to fill you up after a long day of physical exertion. How many cans you got in there? Is that why your bag's so damn heavy? He smirks at you. You present him your treasured beans, insisting a warm meal is just what he needs. Does sound pretty tasty. Alright, you convince me. Can't turn down free food. Give a celebratory cheer. You're so happy you'll be able to repay his kindness. I'll get a fire going. The atmosphere around your tent transforms into something warm and inviting. The campfire's crackling heat eases your soul. It's just you and Timber out here. How peaceful. He rubs his hands together and licks his lips. Honey, beans are ready. You serve them up in 2 plastic bowls. One for you, one for Timber. Luckily, you brought exactly 2 spoons. You give your guest the more normal-sized one. What's with that tiny thing? Points to your neon green dessert spoon. At home, you'd have a set of them in the rest of the colors of the rainbow. You take a bite to show him how perfectly serviceable it is. Trade me. I can't sit here and watch you try to eat with that. You ask him if he's sure about trading spoons. Your germs are all over this one now. Who cares? Give it here. He insists. Is this maybe reverse hospitality? You didn't expect a wolf to out-nice you. Once you finish eating, you do a little cleaning up before relaxing by the fire. You've kept Timber out pretty late by now. You start to wonder if you're causing trouble for his pack. When you express your concern, he smiles wryly. You hinting that I should get out of here? That's not it at all. You're the one who asked me to stick around. Changed your mind already? Sprawled out comfortably by the fire. Doesn't look like he has any intention of leaving, whether you told him to or not. You weren't trying to say he's overstayed his welcome, though. In fact, you'd like to learn a little more about wolves. Isn't what you expected at all. Yeah, what'd you expect? Someone more ferocious? Bloodthirsty? Don't make fun of a guy's spoon size. You wouldn't say bloodthirsty. Why not? Why not? That's what they said about my dad. You ask what his dad looks like. Like me, but taller. In that case, it isn't too surprising someone would be afraid of him. You were intimidated by Timber at first, too. You sure you wouldn't think it if you met his dad now, though? Yes, if there's any chance you could see him and find out. No can do. Why not? Because it'd be dangerous to bring in an outsider? Remember how I told you they used to kill us? What happened? The crackle of the campfire seems to get louder and louder the longer his words hang in the air. You aren't sure how to respond. Should you offer condolences? Well, use your condolences from a stranger. Someone who mistook this wolf for a violent predator at first sight. You apologize for running from him, at least. Well, you never know. I might have eaten you if I thought you'd make a good meal. You laugh, saying there's no way you would have tasted any better than the dinner you shared tonight. Yeah. Adjusts his coat before getting to his feet. Thanks for the food. Turns to leave. Wait, why? You ask where he's going. You got me in a good mood. Now I'm saying too much. I better get home. Home? The Glaze? Yeah, my pack's waiting for me. Supposed to be out looking for food. Instead, I'm the only one who's I'm gonna be the only one who got to eat tonight. Starting to feel the weight of how difficult it really is to survive out here. You came here for your studies, but compared to Timber, you're just playing around. You still have another few cans of beans in your bag. It isn't much, but you offer your extra food to Timber as a parting gift. Sure, I was thinking of stealing it anyway. He was? I'm kidding. You should see the look on your face. Doesn't solve the problem, but it helps. So, thanks. Timber pockets your meager offering and turns to leave again, his tail swaying to and fro behind him. After a few steps, he pauses. Oh, yeah. This was your first time out here, wasn't it, Perry? How'd you like it? It's lovely. Despite the harsh weather, the scenery is rather wonderful. Love it here. Glad to hear that. It's my home, so it's nice when others see how great it is, too. See you around. He waves you off, then disappears into the night. When you wake up the next morning, there isn't another soul in sight. Light of dawn spills over the horizon and reflects brightly against the glistening hills around you. I want to be his husband so much. Unfortunately, he already has one. You can see why Timber's pack would stay, despite it being difficult to survive in this environment. You gather your things and prepare for the long journey home. Maybe you'll visit again during the season. Being a witch, who are the highest position of privilege in society, instead of hunting Perry, because wolves are actually animal folk. Timber helps them back to their camp with the intention of stealing their extra food. The intention of stealing their rations. But that does happen in two out of 3 endings. But in New Light, Perry instead's about Glaze, and Timber opens up a bit. Pack, which used to have 100 wolves, has been whittled down to about a dozen. Have 100 wolves, been whittled down to about a dozen. To a complete stranger, that it causes led to believe. It's not a significant change, but it's not a significant change, but oh yeah, it turns out the witch was plumb the entire time. You've been waiting on this hill for a while now. Without your warming charm, you'd be shivering out here in the snow. It's lonely, but it'll be worth it, assuming you're in the right place. The wolves of Mount Sorbet are pretty elusive. When you ask the other traders of the guild, only a few of them had any useful information. During the winter months, this is the spot. If you wait here, someone will show. Wolves are an underserved population. People tend to be afraid of them, so they live in remote areas where it's more difficult to trade. You thought, as someone who's learned not to fear wolves, you ought to become one of the few merchants that bothers to come all the way out here. So here you are, with a bag full of goods and hope in your heart. A hope that maybe you can find the guy who changed the course of your life and thank him for it. Finally, you hear someone approach. You look up to see... bark, whine. A wolf really showed up. Hi, I came to trade with you, if that's okay. Hold your bag up with a friendly smile. The wolf studies you for a moment, before turning tail and running off in the direction he came. Did you say something wrong? Are you supposed to follow? When the wolf looks back over their shoulder, it becomes clear to you that they're going to lead you to their pack. You clumsily tromp through the snow after them. They take you somewhere even higher up in the mountains, to an open area tucked between the cliffs and trees. Small houses built from ice and snow are scattered around the area. You can see about 8 of them from where you're standing. But this is how wolves live. It's a cute little village. Hey, heard you came to trade with us. The epilogue involves, the epilogue reveals that the witch was actually Plum. Familiar face suddenly appears. Yes, Timber. Do you remember me? Did I? Don't recognize you. Your meeting that night felt so impactful to you, but, of course, to him, you were just some random witch. Completely embarrassed, you try to change the subject immediately. And no, that's okay. Let's just get down to business. I brought a wide variety of foodstuffs, fresh vegetables, meat. Nah, you knew my name. This is gonna bother me. When did we meet? About a year ago, but really, it's okay. I shouldn't have expected you to remember my face. It was all dark. It was dark and all. He isn't about to let it go, though. Are you the guy who let me use his shower? No, we ate s'mores together. He thinks hard for a moment, then snaps his fingers. Marshmallow guy! Only wolf treat. And in fact, this epilogue shows that every route is canon. That every route is canonical. Canonical. With the game taking place over at least a few years. Marshmallow guy. I love that. Are you the guy who let me use his shower? Marshmallow guy. I knew marshmallows were the correct choice. My name is Plum. Yeah, Plum, that was it. It's almost more embarrassing your conversation became so drawn out because of this. You regret bringing it up. So, you're a traitor now. Don't remember when you mentioned anything about that when we first met. You're still not convinced he remembers anything about you at all, other than the marshmallows. I, wanted to do more traveling, so I thought this would be a good way to get out into the world. A few wolves run by, barking in unison. Hey, we're conducting business over here. Heckle me about it later, why don't you? One of the wolves stops to growl at Timber. I don't know, Crystal, does it really matter right now? Wolf named Crystal runs off after snapping at him. Sorry about that. You said you brought meat and stuff. Yeah, sorry, I can't help but ask. What were they saying? Don't worry about it. They're just jealous you're getting all my attention. Maybe you should bring a translation charm next time. Timber motions for you to follow him into one of the houses. Let the first of your many dealings with wolves begin. Until you get the wolf key. This is important because it's in New Light where Timber reveals how difficult life is on the mountain. The game's progress is dependent on specific endings, each of which adds new information that recontextualizes the behavior of Timber and his pack. In the rabbit route, you're shown Timber hunting. Marshmallow guy. How's the human epilogue different? Oh, there isn't one. It's just a witch epilogue. With wolves. Timber doesn't remember him. Doesn't remember him because he meets a lot of people. Meets a lot of people when he's out hunting. Hunting, which is funny. You get the wolf key. This is important because it's a new light that Timber reveals how difficult life is on the mountain. The game's progress is dependent on specific endings, each of which adds new information that recontextualizes the behavior of Timber and his pack. In the rabbit route, you're shown Timber hunting. In the witch route, you're shown that the power dynamics are dynamics in this world don't actually favor the wolves. Favor the wolves. Don't actually favor the wolves. And in the wolf route, that's my tremble voice. You tell him you're a wolf. Same as him. Now, 1 second. Okay. Just love that. Marshmallow guy. McKay does a much better Timber voice than I do. I'm not going to go into the torture or capture route. I'm gonna wait until that's actually, like, until the game is actually released. And we're gonna stream this with McKay. It's mostly just because McKay is like... McKay brings an energy that makes me feel less embarrassed doing voice acting. And she's just better at Timber than I am. I think the full version of this game is coming out this week, so... Although, there's apparently still a few CGs left to go, and apparently Nami gets, like, embarrassed drawing things that are, like, not safe for work, which I think is very funny. Okay, there we go. Tail between your legs like that, you look more like some kind of domesticated dog. Truth be told, you're a husky. That's certainly there's certainly a difference, but the people around you never cared about that distinction. Why should you? Sit back. As you sit back up, he backs off. Your hood falls down behind you, revealing 2 big fluffy dog ears. Well, your ears look like mine anyway. Where are you from? Not around here, you answer vaguely. The wolfman then huffs, holds his hand out to you. Name's Timber. And you are? You're surprised. He's suddenly introducing himself. Wasn't he just chasing you a minute ago? He catches your confusion and flashes you a big sharp-toothed grin. Wolves ought to stick together. Let's be friends. Do you notice anything different about Timber? That on his neck. The neck. Bandaged throat. Mange, nice to meet you. Timber helps you off the ground and you lean over to dust the snow off your knees. Oh, that's right. You dropped this. Presents a folded pocket knife. That piercing blue casing tells you it's yours. How does he know that? It's what you initially went looking for, but you noticed him before you noticed him tailing you. You take it, but you can't help but asking him how he knew it belonged to you. See anyone else around? Glance around the quiet, dark woods. You don't doubt that it really is, just the 2 of you out here. Timber tilts his head a little, studying your face. Now that I see you up close, that thing matches your eyes, too. You ask if that's supposed to be a compliment. He laughs. Could be. You slip the knife into your pocket where it belongs, and you pick your backpack up off the ground. You got a place to take shelter for the night, Mange? You'd already set up camp by the time you realized your pocket knife was missing, so yes, you'd have a place to stay. The campsite is a little far, though. Worried about walking all the way back there in the dark. In that case, why don't you come with me to Glaze? My pack will take care of you. Pack? More wolves out there? You're surprised by the invitation, but you guess you shouldn't be. You're a wolf, too, so it's not like you have to worry about getting eaten. You're starting to feel silly for running for your life earlier. You seriously thought Timber was a bear. He bursts into a fit of laughter at that. I've ever run into bears out here. A snow leopard, maybe. You laugh with him. Feels like you've made a friend. Timber turns on his heel, emotions for you to follow. You're headed to Glaze. You adjust the scarf around your neck as you trudge through the snow. It's gotten a lot colder since the sun went down. You ask Timber how he can stand to walk around with his coat unzipped like that. What, and this? It's practically spring already. There's an awful lot of snow to be called this springtime. Timber's a Canadian confirmed. Had to have grown up in it, I guess. You don't like the snow? Winter is actually your favorite season, aesthetically at least. You don't love being so cold that you're shivering. What brings you out here anyway, Mange? Just the aesthetic? What brings you out here? Okay, how do I get the twigs ending? Oh, yep. We're gonna have to get a little saucy, aren't we? You tell him, jokingly, that you came here looking for love. Not a lot of hot singles in the area. What, is your dating pool back home even worse? You ask him if he's a hot single. Guess that'd depend on whether you think I'm hot. You stutter something about everyone being comparatively hot when the weather's this cold. You hope he doesn't notice your cheeks have gotten flushed. He snickers, then thankfully changes the subject. Winters used to be colder here, or at least it felt like it. Maybe it's just that I haven't been out at night in a while. Temperature always plummets after sundown. If you'd known it to be this freezing, you probably would have stayed home. Don't worry. Me and the other wolves will warm you up. More wolves to flirt with. You're too shy to say it, but you feel pretty excited to meet them. The 2 of you continue walking for some time. Just when you're about to ask how much farther it is, Timber points to a small path up ahead. Through here, just up the hill. Now that you're almost there, your nerves are setting in a little. it really okay to trust Timber and his pack just because they're wolves like you? What if they're like bad wolves that hunt people? How can anyone live in an extreme environment like this? What if everyone other than Timber is all tough and mean? It's too late to turn back now, though. You try to hush your anxieties. It's weird to make assumptions, after all. A wolf with long white hair stands patiently in the snow with folded arms. Oh, God. Those of you who haven't seen Tundra are going to go absolutely fucking ballistic. That's my mom. Guess she's on watch tonight. Timber's mom. You stiffen up a little. Will you be able to make a good impression? She's facing toward the two of you, but she doesn't move from her spot. You aren't being ignored, are you? You wonder if something's wrong, but then you realize she might just be trying to stare you down to intimidate you. Once you get closer, you notice that one eye is hidden beneath her bangs is scarred badly. This is exactly the kind of hardened mountain wolf you were afraid of. Who's this? Her voice is surprisingly smooth and gentle. You start to introduce yourself, but Timber suddenly puts a hand on your head, ruffles your hair right between the ears. That name's Mange. Found him running in the woods in the dark. And whose fault is that? You squint at him, but don't say anything. Yeah, there we go. You shouldn't be traveling through the mountains at night. You could get hurt. Hey now, this isn't fair. You'd already set up camp when... Wait, why isn't Timber the one getting in trouble here? He was running around in the dark, too. It's different for me. Unlike you, I know where I'm going. Timber shoves both hands in his pockets and looks away. It's a fair point, but... Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tundra, the eldest member of Glaze. Why don't you stay the night? We can't offer much, but our arms are always open to them. Tundra's smile is warm. You nod to her shyly. A fellow wolf. You're happy to hear those words. Whether or not you can trust these wolves, staying for one night certainly can't hurt. Timber gave back your pocket knife after all. You'll be able to defend yourself if it comes down to that. Three of you start up the path and enter further into Glaze. The snow is beaten down here, making it much easier to walk. But rather than boot prints you expect, there are instead the distinct impression of large paws. Timber's back! Timber! Timber! A pair of wolves come barreling toward you, each with their tongue hanging out the side of their mouth. Notably, they're in their animal form. This explains the paw prints. We got a guest. Everyone be on your best behavior for Mange. Wolves take turns jumping up on Timber and getting scritches behind the ears. You don't think they're listening to him? Who's Mange? How long are you staying? Their voices come out as barks and whines, but you could understand them perfectly. Timber looks to you, nodding to introduce herself. You tell them that you're on a camping trip, and that you'll be headed off once the sun's back up and it's safe to travel again. That's so short, you won't have time to meet everyone. These wolves are so excitable. You wonder how old they are. Judging by their size, maybe teenagers? Now, Ember, could you go and let everyone know Mange is here? Okay. Wolf called Ember suddenly bolts off, flinging bits of snow behind them as they go. Who's hungry? I'll cook us up a snack. I want to eat chicken. You already had your dinner. We need to pace ourselves for the next few months. Now feels like a good time to mention that you're carrying a decent amount of food in your backpack. Be happy to share some with them, especially considering they're giving you shelter for the night. Today is enough to go around. We can treat ourselves for a night. Timber pats your back, signaling for you to follow him, but Tundra moves to block his path. Before that, a quick word. Sure, Mom. Timber steps away from you, shoving his hands back in his pockets. Listen, make yourself at home, Mange. Catch up in a little bit. You watch as he goes, a little worried about suddenly being left alone. One remaining wolf smiles up at you. Best a wolf can smile, anyway. Want to meet everyone, Mange? Appreciate the hospitality. You ask their name. I'm Juniper. Over there is Charcoal, and Crystal, and Pine, and... Slow down, you can't figure out who Juniper is even pointing to. On top of that, Timber and Tundra seem to be the only wolves in human form. Wonder if everyone is more comfortable this way. Juniper huffs an exaggerated show of frustration, walks in a quick little circle before plopping down in front of you. Who do you want to meet first, Mange? Well, the pink one, obviously. You can't help but notice, one of these wolves is inexplicably pink. You have to find out what's going on there. It can't be their natural fur color. Pine, this is Mange. Mange, Pine. Juniper proudly handles the introductions. You raise a hand, waving shyly. Yeah, Amber told me already. Welcome to Glaze, Mange. I wonder how to bring it up. His paint coat. Would it be rude to ask, or is it more rude to stare? Oh no, you're totally staring. Pine got turned pink by a witch. To your massive relief, Juniper has smartly intuited the exact thing you were dying to ask. You'd think it'd wear off by now. It's been over a year. Why would a witch do something like that, though? Seems like an odd prank to pull. I was trying to chase him out of our territory. She meant to do some other spell, I think. Can't believe she had the nerve to keep coming back here after that. Her and that green-haired alchemist. You ask if the witch turned the alchemist's hair that color, too. Ah, could be. Lasts longer than hair dye would, anyway. I wish my fur was green. I'd stand out so much. Juniper already stands out quite a bit, you think? Where are you from, Mange? You got a bit of magic smell to you. The second time you've been asked that question tonight. You were doing your best not to think about home while you were out here. Tell him it's a town with a lot of witches, but don't elaborate further. If you can get jerky there, that sounds like a paradise. It isn't, but she's right that it has good food. Now you wish you'd brought more. Charcoal, we eat mange. Grey Wolf jumps at you and then glances at you, then back to Juniper. Where'd they come from? Timber brought them. Where's Timber? Wag your tail like crazy. He's cooking chicken. For the outsider. Charcoal's ears fold back. You find yourself suddenly being glared at. You're starting to feel like a bit of a burden. If their food is so limited, Timber shouldn't have offered it to you. Come to think of it, where do they get their food? Packaged meat isn't something you can forage, obviously. We trade with witches. Everyone works hard to collect things the witches will give us meat for. But they only come a few times a year. When we run out of food, we're forced to scavenge. Now you definitely feel like a burden. Maybe you should pass on that fried chicken. Juniper cuts in, rolling over in the snow and looking up at you sweetly. Charcoal's a good scavenger. Timber always picks him for scavenging duty. That's because I'm strong. I can carry anything home. You thought they were talking about foraging, but now you're a little confused. Why would it be so heavy? That's right. You should offer them some of your food. Take your backpack off and set it on the ground to start digging through. Ooh, what are you looking for, Mange? You brought your favorite, beef jerky. Wow, jerky! It smells so good! You let the two wolves know you'd be happy to share it with them in exchange for Timber's cooking. Not a very fair trade. Timber's a great chef, you know. Charcoal turns his nose up at your offering, but Juniper continues sniffing energetically. Can I have Charcoal's share? Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't eat it. You open the package and hold it out to them. The jerky is devoured within seconds. That's not bad. Alright, Mange, you're okay in my book. You won Charcoal's approval. Apparently these wolves could be easily bought. Lighter for the others. Juniper happily leads you over to them. This is Crystal. She's adopted. Crystal, Timber brought a friend. This is Mange. Friend, don't be naive. It reminds you of an annoyed cat. He never mentioned you. Can you really call yourself a friend? It was Timber who said he wanted to be friends in the first place. You don't get why this wolf is being so prickly about it. Juniper whispers to you loudly. Crystal doesn't like it when other wolves get close to Timber. Don't say it like that! I'm telling this to Mange for their own good! Crystal snaps at Juniper, who bounds away playfully. Juniper's like the fucking gumdrop of wolves. Rita's jealousy to you, but you try to keep an open mind. It's probably best to make your intentions known. You tell her you're interested in Timber, that he's the one who chased after you from the start. You expect her to snap at you next, but she doesn't. Instead, she turns her head, pouting. Just don't go expecting anything long-term to come of it. Timber doesn't believe in pair bonding. Okay, this definitely sounds like jealousy. The appeal of flirting with strangers that it almost certainly won't lead to anything long-term, but you hold your tongue this time. He's already angry. Don't get too close to him. He'll break your heart, Mange. You thank her for the advice. You're still not sure where this night will lead, but heartbreak is nothing new to you anyway. You might just risk it. She sounds like Treat's ex. Oh my god. She's pale fennel. Juniper returns to your side shortly after. She prods at your hand with her snout. What did Crystal say? You assure her that it was nothing. By this time, Timber seems to have finished his conversation with Tundra and gotten started on cooking. Flirting with the other wolves would have been too awkward after all. Guess you'll stick to Timber despite Crystal's warnings. You let Juniper know you're going to head back over to him and see what you can do to help out. Okay, I guess you don't need me anymore, huh? You thank Juniper for being so welcoming to you. She gladly accepts a pat on the head. I'm good. Haha, yay. See, this is why the rabbits are horrible. Who would be scared of such a fluffy boy? Or a fluffy girl? Cooking equipment is set up in the center of the village. You take off your backpack and place it nearby. The heat from the fire is a welcome comfort. You warm yourself a little until Timber comes back around. Already finished meeting everyone. You work fast, Mange. You admit you don't quite have the energy to go around introducing yourself to every single wolf in Glaze tonight, but you at least met a few. So, here you can learn about his back and speak to his mother and learn about the situation he's facing. Delightful, especially Juniper. She's so helpful, and she's so helpful. She's so helpful. He's so helpful. So helpful. It's a stark contrast on the perception of wolves you get as a rabbit. Tundra mentioned that Juniper had already eaten. What about everyone else? Was Timber cooking just for you? And what was it that Tundra pulled him away to talk about earlier? You're curious, but you aren't sure this is the best time to ask. Timber is occupied with cooking. What should you do? Stare longingly. You're content to sit there and watch Timber in action. You're not a great cook yourself, so you'd assume you'd just get in his way. Timber cheerily chops up some cabbage and gets a pan and oil ready for the cooktop. You don't want to bother him, so you continue to watch in silence as he gets the food ready. The lighting reminds you of being around a campfire. It sort of is one. Feels a little romantic. You can't see his face perfectly, but he's wearing the same grin as always. Tail wags lazily behind him. You'd guess he enjoys cooking. He offered to do it for you without hesitation. You rest your cheek in your hand, feeling the weight of exhaustion hit you after sitting idly for a moment. Good food, and someplace warm, just more than you could have asked for when you showed up here. Timber's so nice. You love getting to feel taken care of. It's like you'd let him take care of you in other ways, too. The sizzling oil in the pan brings you back to reality. You shake... I can't reach turn the fan off. You shake your head to wake yourself a little more. Timber suddenly speaks up. You do eat meat, don't you? Guess I should have asked first. Given what they need to scavenge in order to trade, no wonder Pine was chasing off Syrup. She was cutting into their economic base. Oh yeah, that was it. You'd like... Mange! Come the fuck on, Mange! Keep it together! You'd like to eat his meat? No, what do you think? You're getting way too distracted by the appeal of a man who cooks for you. You smile and let him know fried chicken is one of your favorite foods. Good to hear. Good to hear. Started to worry a little, what with you being so quiet. You admit you were just enjoying watching him cook. He looks like he's having fun. Yeah, I live to serve. You feel like your heart's gonna melt. You want him to cook your every meal for the rest of your life. No chill at all, horn dog. The food is ready in what feels like no time. It smells amazing. Timber serves you up a plate, offering a fresh pair of chopsticks. You take a bite of the chicken as soon as it's cool enough to eat. It's so tender and delicious. This is better than anything you've had from a restaurant. Well, not that you could afford anything other than fast food, but saying his cooking's better than that feels like a low bar. Chicken! Juniper and Ember come barreling back over once they realize the food is ready. Hey, you each get one piece. Let Mange eat their fill, alright? Okay. There's really nothing better than eating delicious fried chicken in the crisp night air. You and the other wolves chow down. Timber encourages Juniper and Ember to eat their greens, too. Hey, Mange, I know we didn't get a chance to talk, but I'm happy another wolf came to visit. We never get to see other wolves, so I thought it was cool. Hearing him call you a wolf makes your heart swell. You offer him some of your cabbage. Yuck, I don't want to eat more of that stuff than I have to. Timber shoots him a look and Ember goes running off. That guy never eats his damn vegetables no matter what I tell him. You let Timber know he sounds like a parent right now. Nah, I'm not cut out for that. I'm more like an older brother. Seriously, I go through all the trouble of making these balanced meals just for them to snub the veggies. Why even bother? Timber continues muttering complaints that gathers up everyone's empty plates. The wolves here really do feel like a family. It's so nice that they let you join them for the night. Now that the fire's out, though, the temperature feels like it's dropped considerably. You rub your hands together and breathe into them for warmth. This catches Timber's attention, and he stops as he walks by, nudging your shoulder. You can sleep at my place, Mange. That alright with you? You nod enthusiastically. You were hoping things would develop in this direction. Head inside if you want. I'll just be a sec. Timber gestures to the ice house behind you, the same one you saw him run in and out of earlier. You decide to stay with Timber. You won't let him get rid of you that easily. Maybe you can offer to help him clean up. Thanks. There's not much left to do. Wasn't exactly cooking a 5-course meal out here. You ask him why he went through all the trouble of cooking you something to begin with. He would have been happy with even a can of beans for dinner. Nah, it's too sad. We gotta have something a little special for the occasion. What occasion exactly? You seem to be in a particularly good mood all night. Well, yeah. I was supposed to be scavenging, but I found you instead. His words are like an arrow through your heart. Does he realize how smooth he's being? Thankfully, he doesn't seem to notice your face turning bright red. You try to calm yourself down. Timber wraps up his cleaning and pats you on the shoulder as he walks by. Come here, I'll take you someplace quieter. Quieter place for some alone time. I hope this means what you think it means. You follow behind him, past some trees, into a somewhat secluded hill. That starry night sky is much brighter out here than it is back home. When you look up, you're a little afraid it'll swallow you whole. Can't help but stare up at it, though. There's not much to block your view of the horizon this high up in the mountains. Just you and Timber out here in the snow. You comment on how beautiful this place is. Yeah, you think so too? Wouldn't anyone? It's cold. It's cold, but you have your scarf and a belly full of warm food. You feel perfectly content. Hey, Mange. What's your impression of our pack? I'm curious. You can't stop yourself from saying timber is the best thing about glaze. He snickers at you. Yeah, what makes you say that? When he cocks his eyebrow, your heart skips a beat. You kind of wish he'd just start kissing you right there. Instead, you stammer something about never meeting anyone like him before. Of course not. I'm one of a kind. I wish I could see it without... The sky's beautiful. I want to see it without any light pollution one day. Or night in this case. Oh, yeah, I've seen the sky without light pollution. It is beautiful. I'm happy for you. That's so cool, CD. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the place I grew up is kind of like right on the edge of light pollution in Nova Scotia, of the worst light pollution in Nova Scotia. So it never really took long to go out cycling to somewhere like South Rawdon in order to see the night sky without any light pollution. Now, getting out to somewhere like fucking Maple Grove would probably be the best, but no, I was 15. There was limits to what I could do. I grew up in the middle of farm country. Ooh. Yeah, I grew up on the edge, on the edge of, like, rural Nova Scotia. Unfortunately, the night sky where I live now is just terrible. Can't see jack shit. Too much light everywhere. Anyway, of course not. I'm one of a kind. You hope you can be a one of a kind for him, too. You try opening up to him. You explain that you come from a town where witches and cats are in the majority. Cats are a favorite type of familiar for witches, and dogs like you tend to be feared by them. Witches never take your side when it comes to this stuff, because why would they? You're just some stray pet. Compared to back home, where you're constantly nervous about accidentally intimidating others, a place like Glaze is perfect. Perfect's a bit of a stretch. Maybe it used to be. Like when I was a kid, shit was normal back then. You ask what he means by that. Timber takes a big breath, then exhales through his nose, turns his gaze to the snow at his feet, kicking it lightly. A couple decades back, a group of rabbits set up a little township in our territory. It's a big mountain, right? Can't hurt to share. Reflexively. Except, rabbits don't like to share. They just eat everything. Clearing out trees to build their houses, plucking so much out of the ground it doesn't get a chance to grow back. They take whatever they want, and they'll keep taking until nothing's left. Ain't shit we can do about it either. There were negotiations, then violence. Now we just stay far the fuck away. His tone is grave. We're a little taken aback by the intensity. What I'm trying to say is, all those cats do is avoid you. Consider yourself lucky. Could be worse. You're unsure of how to respond. You look up at the stars. At least it's pretty out here. Timber smiled. Sure is. You head back into Glaze together. Your heart pounds like crazy as he takes you by the hand, leading you into his home. There isn't much inside Timber's house, just a couple baskets of supplies and a large blanket laid out over the icy floor. Would have been kind of funny if he had some snow furniture, an ice block for a table at the very least. Your own home is a little sparse too, which helps you feel all the more comfortable here. Let me get your bed ready. Sorry for keeping you up so late. Let me know you don't mind. You barely even feel tired right now. Throws out a sleeping bag for you right next to his. You okay here, Mange? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. A comfortable distance. You nod to him, pleased. Timber strips off his coat and climbs into his sleeping bag. You do the same. Oh yeah, things that lead to not safe for work scenes are colored pink. You know, if that stuff bothers you. Come to think of it, it feels strange getting into bed without changing into pajamas. You ask Timber if he always sleeps in his clothes like this. What? 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 These are all I've got. I guess I'd normally take my pants off, but seeing as I have a guest... He trails off, then pauses a moment. Unless you were hoping I'd take them off for you. You didn't say anything about that. Pull your scarf over your face, but you can't hide how flustered you are. He would say that while lying only a foot away from you. What about you, Mange? Gonna take that scarf off, or are you planning on sleeping with it? Oh, right. You actually would prefer to keep it on. It's a little awkward to explain, but you have a scar from your childhood hiding underneath it that you don't want anyone to see. Yeah? He gives you a sympathetic look. Sorry, shouldn't have asked. It's not like he could have known. You weren't offended or anything. Actually, since you already told him a little about where you came from, maybe it's best to tell the whole story. When you were in grade school, you were the only dog in your class. It made you a target for bullies. One day, during recess, one of the witches, a grade ahead of you, started calling you their familiar. You didn't really know them, so it seemed a little weird. Familiars have a comfortable life, so you thought maybe it'd be okay. Until they put a collar around your neck and started dragging you around the playground on a leash. It ended up digging into your skin hard enough to leave a scar. They got in trouble for it. Timber has a kind of serious look on his face, so you try to laugh it off at the end, saying it wasn't like you were traumatized or anything. Mange, you stop babbling. That sucks. Shitty they did that to you. You shake your head, saying you were pretty young when it happened. You bet that witch just thought they'd look cool for having a wolf as a familiar. Still shitty, though. Stares at the icy ceiling above. You feel like you totally brought down the mood. Just like you said before, though, being in Glaze, you don't have to be reminded of any of that. You're welcomed as a fellow wolf, even if you're just some dog that showed up out of nowhere. You're grateful to Timber for that. Why you started to like him so much. Okay, who here's got a scar from childhood? that has a story behind it. I do, but it's a stupid one. Well, go on. It's on my knee, and I got it when I was handling out dogs. I do. I got tattooed. Sorry. Handling our dogs. Ah, okay. Aw, puppy scars. One on the side of my left knee, something playground related. Okay. Sat on the edge of my bed watching cartoons, had my legs tucked in my pajama top. Fell forward, my lower teeth dug into part under my lip. Still got a scar to this day. Ooh. I was spinning with my eyes closed, and I have a scar near my eye. Oh no. I have a small scar on my knuckle. Courtney gave that to me, digging one of her fingernails into my skin, right down to the bone. Sorry, see? Yeah, sorry, my scars aren't funny. They're all just very sad. I was like 8, a cousin and I would try to sharpen rocks playing cave people. One day I got bored of how slow it was, decided to throw a small rock on a big one. A sharp fragment flew out and locked itself in the leg. Oh no! Oh my god, I hope you were okay. I was, but it hurt like hell on the spot. Oh. I have other scars from Miss Thing's fingernails, but like, the one on my knuckle's the only one that's visible. Second. I think I said that in an Ask once. Yeah, you said in the past the tentacle PSA was a really good representation of how sexual abuse feels when you have to think about it. I know this is too much, but since your abusers were women, what do you feel when you think about it? I just said fingernails. I didn't get a scar from this somehow, but when I was in primary school, we had these teeter-totters on the playground. Oh god, I haven't heard a seesaw be referred to it as a teeter-totter in a while. We would put rocks on one seat, then push down the other seat to launch them. I was putting rocks on the seat, looked down to grab some more, looked back up, and caught a solid metal teeter-totter seat to the phone! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh, Lex! My mom works as a teacher at that school, and one of my friends ran up to her and told her I got hurt. So She thought it was just a fall and a scrape, just to see me on the ground, my face covered in blood. It was wild. Oh, reminds me when I got hit in the forehead with a rock. I was like, I'd had my hand clamped over it, and like blood was pouring out from between my fingers. My sister thought I'd lost an eye. And she freaked the fuck out. This was back when I was like 11, so we were still friends then. Got 5 scars in one. Was chasing a friend on the pool deck as a joke after cleaning a party. Crocs made me fall and I skid my knee. Oh god. Also got my lower left leg burnt when we were doing some grilling on an open fire. Oh no! Man, we were all just slapstick children. All right, moving on. You're grateful to Timber for that. It's why you started to like him so much. Well, like I said, I was just glad I ran into you instead of someone else. The mood slightly salvaged. You muster all your courage and ask if he'll give you a kiss goodnight. Oh, so you weren't kidding about liking me. Well, he said he was single. If he's available and you're available, then there's nothing wrong with asking him for this, right? Sure, I'll give you a kiss. Where do you want it? On the lips, obviously. Can do. He leans in and does just as you requested. It's chaste and only lasts for a second or two, but it makes you really happy. You're happy, but maybe you want maybe just a little bit more. Before he can pull away, you rush in for another kiss. Mange. You feel his grin against your lips, but you wish he'd just keep kissing you instead. His surprise is only temporary, though. Soon enough, he follows your lead. A small moan escapes as you slip in your tongue. Your tail's going wild under the blanket, too. You're a little impressed with yourself for being so forward. You're more used to being on the receiving end in situations like these. Yay, the boys are kissing. Twigs is actually agender. First time you've wanted someone so badly. It's not enough. You want to be closer. Why are these sleeping bags in the way? You push the zipper down to free your arms a little more. Your hands slide up to his neck. He grabs your wrists and pulls them away. Not there. You stop yourself. You've gone too far and done something he doesn't like. You didn't realize. This whole time, you thought it was just an accessory. Bandages. Of course you shouldn't. You're concerned. You ask if it hurts. Yeah, sorta. Yeah. He releases your hands and rubs the back of his neck. You apologize and ask if the wound is fresh. I don't want to talk about it. Away from you. Sorry. That would spoil the moment. You really messed up. Why did you even ask? You could have just left it alone. Shame is so unbearable. You start apologizing again. It's fine. You can just go to sleep. You can forget everything ever happened because it's done in the morning anyway. Probably for the best. Stop apologizing. I'm not mad at you. Just hate that I reacted that way. Now I can't even... A little lost on how to feel about this whole thing. I'll just fucking shoot. He gives you a serious look and starts unwrapping his bandages. Scarring on his neck is... It's a lot worse than yours. You know, you said you were collared? Well, so was I. This isn't any normal collar. They almost look like burns. I, got snatched up by some real sadists. Mostly healed now, but mental stuff. Fuck, I don't know. You begin to cry. Hey, you alright? It's the same. You feel the exact same. The place where that collar dug into your skin, the pain there went away a long time ago. But your thoughts, your dreams. Every time you see your body in the mirror, you remember it. A reminder that, oh yeah, that happened, huh? No matter what you're doing, how far away you are from the people who hurt you, sometimes you can only see yourself as a small, defenseless puppy dragged around the playground. Okay, CD. Yeah, I'll be alright. Just need a minute. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm alright. Wish McKay was here, though. You try to explain all this to him. The tears keep pouring out, and you aren't being very coherent. Timber puts a hand on your head and pulls you close. Sorry. His voice is quiet and firm. Hadn't really talked to anyone about this before, so didn't realize it'd be something anyone else would understand. You apologize for suddenly crying. Nah, if it hurts, you can cry. Timber isn't crying, though. He said it hurt, but he isn't crying. Come on, I'm not gonna cry in front of someone I just met. No offense. The touch of humor is welcome. You laugh with him a little through your tears. You're calming down. You decide to unwrap your scarf. Yeah, so he can get a look at yours, too. But it's really cold in here. You're wearing it to bed, after all. You each tuck yourselves into your sleeping bags and finally call it a night. You wake with the sunrise that morning. You usually never wake up this early. You feel so motivated. Something you thought about all night. You think living among cats and witches isn't something you can bear any longer. As soon as you can, you're going to move to Glaze to be with Timber. You sure about this? It's kind of like leaving your life behind and all. It's not like your life was any good before. You could use a fresh start. Okay, but besides that, you feel like no one's ever understood you the way Timber does. You have a deep bond. I haven't even known you a full day. If he's against you coming to live here, he should just say so. If he thinks you're not cut out to be a wolf, not what I'm saying. I just don't want you to decide something like this on a whim. If you're coming back, make sure you're not going to regret it. There's some fucked up shit that goes on out here. Joining us isn't going to solve all your problems or nothing. It's not like you think it will, and you know you're being imposing by suddenly deciding this, but you give Timber a hug. There's nothing more to say about it, so you'll be taking your leave now. He pats your shoulders and nods. See you, Mange. Actually, that name is... Well, you think about it, I think it's about time you got rid of it. Oh yeah? New name for a new era? That's exactly right. You think really hard about what you'd like Timber to call you. How about... Twigs? Is that stupid? You have to tell me if you think it's stupid. Where'd it come from? You just look around at the ground and name yourself after the first thing you saw? No, if I did that, I would have said Snow. Snow's a cute name. But I like Twigs. Be Twigs, then. No, but you haven't told me whether you think it's stupid. Whatever name you pick, I'm not gonna call it stupid. You could be thinking it, though. If you are, you have to tell me, Timber. I don't want to say in it. But we're Scar Buddies. I can't care what my Scar Buddy thinks. Okay, don't call us that. Now there's a name I can tell you is stupid. Your bickering continues until Timber finally relents and tells you that Twigs is a fine name. You still aren't sure you believe him, but you've gotten used to it by now. You're sticking with it. Twigs and Timber. It's perfect. Satisfied, you finally wave goodbye and set off on your campsite. As soon as you get home, you'll be making arrangements to move to Glaze. You'll have to be sure to bring plenty of food to share with everyone. As you walk along the icy path, you wonder what Timber's favorite snacks might be. Ending 3, Twigs. A new wolf has joined the pack. When you step off the Insta-rail and onto the platform, your oversized bags roll easily on the tile. Now to get these down the stairs. You lift the plastic sled from off the top of your luggage, untying the small bow you made to keep it in place. It's long and unwieldy, but its size will be good to carry your bags all the way to Glaze. You just wish you had some extra muscle to help you out. You aren't the strongest, and one of these things is filled to the brim with bags of rice. But you're determined. You go down the steps, then place the sled in the snow. Next comes the hard part. You look back up at one of the two giant suitcases, but what surprises you is that a witch is standing next to them, looking down at you. Hi, sorry. I saw you with all that luggage. I wondered if you might need some help. Oh, thank goodness. Yes, please. Spice! It's like, haven't seen Spice in a while. Spice went missing in the comics, so. The kind train attendant uses her magic to levitate each of your bags onto the sled, stacking them neatly. I had no idea how this was gonna go. I really appreciate your help. No problem. Do you have a long way to travel? Yes, but it'll be a lot easier to pull everything on the sled. I got it from here. The witch waves goodbye and wishes you well on your journey. How lucky. Strangers aren't usually this nice to you. Then again, Timber was a stranger once, wasn't he? He was always nice to you too. You naively wonder if it's something about the mountain air that makes everyone a little kinder. That's what you choose to believe about Mount Sorbet. It takes you all day to make it through the snowfields. You almost worry that you'll get lost along the way, but thankfully you have a pretty good sense of direction. The only problem now is the darkness has you feeling a little paranoid. You feel as if someone's watching you from the shadows. Eek! That someone just wrapped their arms around you out of nowhere. Heh, sorry. Did I scare you? Thank goodness it's the nice kind of stranger. What? I don't see you for a week and now I'm a stranger again. The nice kind, I said. It's a compliment. He gives you a little squeeze before letting you go. Once he does, you take a moment to adjust your scarf. I came a long way with all this. You gestured to large bags piled up on your sled, which was a great idea, by the way, although it was still a huge effort dragging it all the way out here. What all's in there? Well, this one's my clothes and snacks, and this one's practically all rice. Just rice, that whole thing! I was trying to think of foods that would last a long time, and this is the best I could come up with. Sorry, I guess I should have brought a better variety. Everyone's gonna get sick of eating rice, aren't they? No, this is great. We won't need to worry about food for a long time. Good. He seems happy. You're trying really hard to make sure you won't be a burden once you join this pack. Or, well, you have joined them. You're joining them. You're almost there, even. I tried to guess your favorite snacks. I'll show you once we get to Glaze. You can pick something out. Glance up at Timber. He's giving you such a soft and genuine smile that you worry your heart might stop right there. It's true you barely know this wolf, but you already feel like you would die for him. That isn't healthy, right? Uprooting your life to move out here suddenly is beyond risky. Even your dad kept asking if you were sure about all this. But if it means you could see that smile. Oh, that reminds me. I also brought... You slip your... Are you ready for the funniest goddamn thing in this entire fucking game? You slip your backpack off and kneel down in the snow to dig through one of its pockets. And you present to him your many, many packages of condoms. This puppy came prepared. Well, now we know Twigs is AFAB. He nearly doubles over in laughter. What? What? I hope I'm not being too presumptuous. Was this the real reason you decided to move out here? Come on, you can say it. Your face flushes to, back down. I just wanted to come prepared. We didn't get to do much before, and Sorry. I was trying to make fun of you. It's such a ridiculous amount. I didn't want to run out. Okay, horn dog. I didn't realize you were planning on having sex every night. Not every night. Jeez, maybe I should have kept these a secret until later. You hastily shove everything back in your bag and zip up the pocket. Once you're back on your feet, Timber gives your head a firm pat. Glad to have you around, Twigs. You feel like your smile could almost match his in warmth and sincerity. Almost. He takes the rope to help you drag your sled, and it's a ridiculous amount of luggage into Glaze. New home. Like, okay, yeah, Twigs does have an 18+ epilogue. I'm not playing it on stream. But you don't actually see Twigs again until the Black Rabbit epilogue. I fucking love this game. Used to be a good... Okay. Place to live, but then the rabbits settled in frosting. They cut down the trees to build their houses and overforage to the point nothing can grow back. In Timber's words, they take whatever they want, and they'll keep taking until nothing's left. If you're noticing the parallels to the colonization of America, or the Nakba, you're not wrong to notice those things. Rabbits are colonialist, and they behave like colonists, so they will inevitably draw a comparison to colonization. Tell me we get to kill Senbei. Spoilers, I guess. This is a better use of simile than animal racism metaphors usually use. Take something like Zootopia, which uses traditional predator-prey dynamics, but establishes that at some point, predators had been dangerous, but prey currently holds all the power. The Syrupverse does the opposite. The scapegoat is never violent without justifiable reason, and it's the ones higher up on the position of power who are doing the violence, just like in real life. Staying the night with Timber can turn into a raunchy sex scene or something a lot more tender. I think it's interesting that the story only proceeds if Mange chooses the latter. Could have been easy to just not to that. But could have just easy to just not do that. But I like that in order to get the story to move forward, Mange has to treat Timber like a person and not a sex object. I know that sounds like the faintest praise imaginable, but you'd be surprised how few games figure this out. Just off memory, it's this and a Baldur's Gate 2 mod, and that's it. I always like the way Nami approaches sex in her games, because it's always in a very mature way. If you just want to fuck the dog and give her a go, you can, but you can also do something a lot more interesting. Timber starts talking about the scarf Mange is wearing, and eventually they explain that it's a scar from a childhood injury. When they were a child, a witch declared them their familiar and then slapped a collar on them, and then yanked them around the playground until it cut into their neck. Mange starts downplaying what happened to them, but Timber cuts them off, saying that it's terrible that happened. No downplaying, no oppression Olympics, just sympathy for another wolf going through hardship. This leads to making out with Timber, but when Mange touches Timber's neck, but then Mange touches Timber's neck, and that's when everything comes grinding to a halt. Timber's neck has been bandaged the entirety of the wolf route, implying something happened to him, and oh, we're gonna find out soon. Timber doesn't want to talk about what happened to him, but he does eventually relent and remove his bandages. There is a grisly burn mark on his neck. It's also from a collar, but not like Mange's. Timber was snatched up by what he describes as some real sadists. Though it's healed, it messes with Timber's head. Mange relates to Timber on the basis that looking at their scar is an ever-permanent reminder of what happened to them. It's in this sense that scars are especially potent in both storytelling and psychology. A scar is like a folded-down page of your life, always there as a reminder of past events in a way that makes it harder to let the memory distance itself over time. Over time, even when that page is folded back, it's still always just a little bent. I have a scar like this, sort of. When I was, well, I have many scars, but this is the one I go into. When I was a teenager, my sister injured my eyes during a tantrum. It resulted in me being visually impaired. Not enough to render me legally blind, but enough to cause enough inconvenience that I'm constantly being reminded of how it happened. It's a sobering experience, as long after a traumatic experience has passed, you're still being reminded of it in a way that is different from any other memory. All of this leads to something very tender with Timber, in a way I wasn't expecting from this game of all things. But on reflection, I should have been expecting. It's a Nami game, so no matter how silly the premise is, it's going to get heavy. The next morning, Mange has made a decision. They're going to stay in Glaze. They'll return home, pack up their things, get their affairs in order, and then they're going to stay in Glaze with Timber. Timber is cautious about this, not wanting anyone else to live in this kind of extreme poverty, and not wanting Mange to regret it. It's in that moment Mange decides that it's about time they get rid of this old name, so they choose to go by Twigs. Timber and Twigs. Cute. I ship it. This is the closest thing to a positive ending the game really has. Timber has genuinely improved the life of another person, where usually when he shows up, he does the opposite. Is especially heartwarming as Twigs finally makes the move to Glaze, having packed up their clothes, but also like a ton of rice, like a crazy amount of rice. Amount of rice. This is enough food to feed the pack for several months. And when Timber sees it, it's just Twigs. Given everything Timber's been through, he really needed that win. He really needed that win. It's like things might just be looking up. Might just be looking up for once. Now, I know what you're thinking. How did Timber get that nasty scar on his neck? Well, now it's time for the captor route, which we will not be discussing today. Okay, that's pretty good for one day. I'm making headway on some bigger projects, so that's nice. Thanks for joining me today. I'll see you all next time.